Okay, well, thank you all for joining us in this session. Many of you were here this morning, and you look at the title of this one, or this presentation or case study, focusing on Davis, Michigan. And what I'd like to do, first of all, is put this in context, because in the morning sessions we're talking about some very large, complex environmental, a whole range of issues that relate to world conditions. We can focus on climate change, agricultural productivity, health, economic growth. All of these things are fitting together in our world. It is a complex place, and understanding these interrelationships is a difficult challenge, and thus the purpose of this workshop to talk about and explore this wicked problem framework. So what does Davis, Michigan have to do with all of this? And as I was sort of soaking in the morning presentations, I felt it was important to put some of this in a little bit of context. This morning, Larry Bush made some very, I think, interesting observations about the history of the way we think about things, the way we organize ideas. And here are some things that I think they're quotes, they're very close to it, that he said: competition enthroned and applied to all institutions. That as a result of some of the process, and for those of you who are in the session, this idea, this model for thinking about the world is a very dominant one. And of course, government and local governments are an institution. So keep that in the back of your mind. Okay, the second point that he made, or one of the bullet points, was science is imagining and building a societal future. And in many ways, what we were trying to look at is, well, what is the future of Davis, and what's it going to look like given all the circumstances and where we are to this point? And then the last point was infrastructure, that I want to highlight, is that infrastructure makes society possible. And sometimes we take the laws and standards for granted. Sometimes this idea that design leads you down a certain path, and we don't always observe that design around us, and yet, as Larry said, these doors are here for a reason, and we're all going to go out those doors. We funnel through the design of systems, and that's kind of a hard thing to evaluate. But once again, the legal structure, the structure of local government has been designed based on a model from long ago. And so one of the questions is, how does that model fit in today's environment? The other thing that I would like to say is that this is not just a local or regional matter. All over the country, especially because of the heightened fiscal challenges in today's economy, local governments in the United States and elsewhere are really struggling with what do we need to provide in terms of core public services, and how do we provide it? Can we collaborate with one another to do a better job and do things at a lower cost? One of the advantages of being in the kind of institution that we are in the department that I am in, is you are forced to think about things very broadly. You have some really great work being done in international development arena, in the environmental arena, and sustainability, and all these pieces come together. As a result of all of those things, you get exposed to different frameworks and ideas. One of the things that I have done is begin to partner a little bit with our International Development Food Security Group, in particular Mali, Africa. In the 1990s, there was a change in their government structure, and they decentralized. And so there are many local governments in Mali now with elected officers. And the question now is, as this has transitioned, is how do we use those local governments more effectively? They, in practice, don't have a lot of autonomy right now, but they're in a position to really provide lots of good insights about what is needed in their communities regarding health and food security and basic public services. And so we're working with local governments in the context of health and food security and trying to figure out how to link them together and give them more information so they can make better decisions. The other thing that I want to point out is a couple of weeks ago we had a guest speaker from the U.S. State Department talking a little bit about some framework and things that are happening in Africa. And he made this observation, and I'm not sure, I'm not knowledgeable enough to know how close these linkages are, but I thought it was a compelling and interesting argument to make. He said, during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, throughout Africa, there has been a democratization process. And he made a link between the fall of the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc. And then, because of that, a lot of those very strong dictatorships and highly centralized governments began to run into trouble because they didn't have the resources coming from the Soviet bloc, and they were spending a lot. And so ultimately, many of these countries began to turn to the World Bank and the IMF for financial support, and et cetera. And of course, that's a sort of a market-based institution. And they, in order to receive funds and support to help, build the core of their country, there was pressure to democratize. And so he made that link from here down to here, and now we see that most countries in Africa have some level of democratization and decentralization. So all these pieces are coming together, and economists, public finance economists, have tried to evaluate, is decentralization good? Is there a point at which it goes too far? What's the proper right size of government? What level of government should be providing what kinds of services? These are broad questions. And then finally, I will say that I've had a guest, one of my co-authors and collaborators from Japan. We've been working on the economics of natural disasters. And one of the questions was, well, we've had all of this decentralization. It's very difficult to measure the effectiveness in a lot of ways, but one thing that we can do is measure the losses that occur when a disaster strikes in terms of human fatalities, and the degree to which local government and government structure matters. It turns out to be important. This is a controlling for the level of development, etc. You can see that governments that have more local spending out of total government spending tend to have fewer disaster-related fatalities. So on the one side, we see the world changing and shifting towards local autonomy, and this is driven a lot by this idea of competition is good. On the other side, we know that sometimes more local governments can be more expensive. And so what's the right size? And in this country, we've been very decentralized, and over time, we've gotten fewer local governments. And so all of this, I think, fits together and is related to some of the issues that Larry Bush brought up earlier. So what I'd like to do now is turn to Michigan a little bit and talk a little bit about what's happening in Michigan right now, and then turn to Davison and explain this as a case study, and then work through some of the discussion questions in the context of a wicked problem. As I think somebody said in lunch today, I think it was Nicole, said, any time that you involve the political arena, it becomes a wicked problem because it's challenging. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about Michigan and its structure and its challenges, then turn to Davison a little bit, and then kind of review the wicked problem framework, and then have a discussion. Michigan has a lot of local governments. It's also a large state, so really it's about in the middle in terms of its overall number of local units, given that it's a large state. I will say that 40, 50 years ago, we had many more local units than we do now. And a lot of this is driven by some ideas, and then through the Northwest Ordinance and Thomas Jefferson, that the government should be close to the people. And so you see townships, for example, that are 6 by 6 square miles. Why 6 by 6?
How far you could ride in a day in a horse?
Well, there's a county, how far you could ride to the county seat in a day. But you should be able to walk back and forth to the local government in a reasonable amount of time. And so that was a constraint. Is that a constraint today for us? Probably not. As it turns out, many townships don't spend a lot of money, but this idea drove a lot of how our structure came to be.
You to normalize that data, you just simply took the states, but you didn't look at, say, the surface area of the state.
No.
Can you just say something quickly about how
Yeah, if you were to normalize by land area or something like that, Michigan would be somewhere in the middle in terms of the total number of local units. But yeah, it's not way out of bounds in terms of the total number of local units, I would guess. Now, we know that we have many levels of government, and there are lots of, and so when you get your property tax bill, you're going to pay a tax to the school district, to either the city or the county, depending on where you live, a county, and of course the intermediate school district. And I missed that community colleges as well. So your taxes go to a variety of local units, and here's a quick outline in terms of the responsibilities originally set out. In practice, those responsibilities have blurred. Many townships de facto operate like a city now. Some townships are truly rural, but many townships are not. And so, in principle, over time, as the population grows, you could imagine turning to cities. But instead, the responsibilities of local governments evolved, and not very many townships have transitioned to cities, although that's not exclusively true. Here's sort of a breakdown of millages, of where your tax dollars go. City and townships, on average, account for about 25% of your tax bill. Cities, on average, have a larger millage than townships, and typically provide more services. We have, of course, lots of economic challenges. In Michigan, we've really been struggling since 2001 in a significant way. We've had continuous net job losses over that 10-year period. Next year is the first year we project a net job increase. So maybe we're coming out of this. But the cost of providing public services, on average, have increased over this period by about 16%. But local revenues have only increased by about 7%. So if you think about population holding steady, something has to give in these budgets. And so this has been a statewide phenomena. Currently, more than 70% of all local units, by this measure, how far behind have you fallen in terms of, cost of providing services versus revenues? They're about 70% of all municipalities anyway. 75% have fallen behind. And they've had to make cuts. And this gives you a map, at least for municipalities, and you can see that big challenges, not surprising. Lots of job losses in this area. Davison is up in here. This area. Okay. So one of the projects that I've been working on is trying to assess how local governments have responded to the fiscal crises. And here you can see, at least for municipalities, that Parks and Rec has been very vulnerable to cuts. Capital spending, very vulnerable to cuts. So as it turns out, these different functional categories are not mutually exclusive. So other spending includes capital as well as health benefits and things like that. So these are the areas where cuts have been most severe across the state. So local leaders have to make decisions about how to provide services and what services to provide. And this is how it's played out over the past 5 or 6 years. Okay. Over time, the assignment of responsibilities across townships, villages, and cities is blurred. And then here's I think, one of the critical points. Competition among local governments has been espoused as being very effective in terms of, sort of the market-based framework. If you've got competition, you can be more efficient. And that model, that idea, has been very strong and present in terms of thinking about what local governments do. But if you have a rivalry, in some cases it can hamper the ability of governments to consider regional economic development strategies, opportunities to achieve cost savings through economies of scale. Maybe if you work together, you could do things a little bit more effectively. Excessive infrastructure costs. Why do two things all together? You have too much stuff happening right now. We have many cities with lots of infrastructure that's not being used. So here's a summary of current conditions. Michigan's government structure was set long ago, and it has changed over time. A lot of the assumptions and the frameworks and the constraints that led to its original structure have changed. Our economy is, and will continue to evolve, as we saw this morning. There are so many issues and challenges, and certainly Michigan is a part of all of that. But one of the advantages is when you have a crisis, you start to rethink. How can we do things? Can we do things more effectively? Are our ideas, our structures, our legal frameworks, even the issue of competition? When is competition appropriate, and when is collaboration appropriate? How do we fit all of this into a new paradigm? So can we revise our governance framework to better match our needs? I think that's the question. And that's the question that Davis and Michigan was trying to address. And that's where we stepped in. So the key point of this slide is wicked problems are managed, not solved. It's very complex. And so we'll talk again about the nature of a wicked problem along the way. What I'd like to do now with that context is talk a little bit about what was happening, what is happening in Davison. The initiators of all of this whole project were the city manager, Dale Martin. Dale's here today. And the Davison Township Supervisor, Kurt Soper. Primary partners, the Prima Civitas Foundation, Jim Spurka and Dave Hollister are here. The Engineering Society of Detroit and Michigan State University. We also had other key partners, public sector consultants, the Flint Area Reinvestment Office, Consumer Energies, Mott Foundation, and the Economic Development Corporation. Am I missing anybody? Oh, MISHDA. You're right, MISHDA. So we had a lot of partners looking at this, and from a lot of different perspectives. The Prima Civitas Foundation took the lead on this. One of the recommendations from this morning's session was the academic institution should not take the lead. And I think in this case we did that. We were partners. So we have a lot of economic and fiscal hardship, manufacturing job losses not far from Flint. But the two local governments had a history of collaboration. But with all of these challenges, the question was sort of the motivation behind looking at all of these issues is, can we do more with less? Can we foster economic development of a new and more agile local economy? How do all these pieces fit together? Can we reconstruct this? Can we do this in a more sustainable way? So here's the process that we used. We had we wanted to organize a symposium. It's based on a process model from the National Academy of Sciences. And we wanted to safeguard productive problem-solving environment. We wanted to invite lots of people to the table, both those who are skeptics and those who want to really look for change. We want to encourage creativity and open dialogue. And we wanted to achieve some solutions to be implemented by policymakers. And those are our goals. So we needed first to develop an initiative, and so we had this core group that led our discussions and organized all of this, as we talked about with our key partners. And we came up with this question: how can local governments on a cost-effective basis work together to improve the structure of government, the delivery of service, attraction of jobs, and investment opportunities for formal and lifelong education? There's a lot there, right? It's not just about government, it's about quality of life, it's about opportunity. It was a big question that we wanted to try to get our arms around, and we wanted the community to struggle with. So we needed to select some attendees, and of course we wanted a diverse group with a potentially conflicting range of internal and external stakeholders. It was by invitation only, so we were purposeful in this. The breakout of the participants of our symposium, our session, about 20 city and township officials from Davison, about 50 interested citizens from the Davison community with a diverse demographic makeup. We had about 25 external partners, Mott Found, MISHDA and other groups interested in what's happening. Again, this is a Davison case, but it's a broader question at hand. And attendees were explicitly asked to take off their organizational hats, try to be open-minded, use good judgment, and their experience and expertise in a productive and positive manner.
Can I ask you a quick question here?
Yeah.
In terms of all of you who are here, who are involved, do you live in Davison? No one here live, no one?
We had one person from Davison who was going to attend, and she's not here. I'm not sure what happened. And then Dale, of course, is from Davison as well.
So did you employ any kind of action research methodology?
Action, I'm not familiar with that terminology.
Can I ask a more general question then?
Yeah.
The process that you used from the National Academy, was that designed for public issues or designed for?
Really originally designed to answer scientific questions, bring a group of scientists together to look at challenging issues. And so that may have some positives, but it may also have some negatives. And when we get to the discussion part, it may be that parts of that, for example, when you get a group of scientists together, they may have a common worldview, that they're the lens through which they see things, and it might be easier to come to solutions. Whereas with this group in a public deliberation, you might be looking through different lenses, and so that may be a constraint.
Mark, do you want to wait for other questions, or do you want to take questions as you go?
Maybe we can take a couple more questions if we want to go there, and then we'll come back around and finish up.
Just as you're looking at the participants, I can jot down what I thought were missing. The private sector, was there any involvement?
Community business owners were a part of that group, yes.
And then how about K through 12 education?
Yeah, they were invited as well.
And there was that was probably the biggest shortcoming we had, only because we held the symposium in early June, the day or so before school got out. So superintendent, assistant superintendents, and teachers, and union leaders were all invited. The scheduling led to a conflict, but we had people that had educational backgrounds, and retired teachers, retired superintendents. Mr. Soper, actually his professional background was as an educator.
And then again, good representation from the private sector?
Yeah, well, I think they got lumped into that.
The citizens.
The citizens, but yeah, there were local business owners involved.
Okay, so day one, we felt it was very important to provide, I guess, a baseline set of information. We didn't want to assume that people had the same kinds of information that they were operating from. So we talked about the economic realities, and we had academic types come in, Charles Ballard, myself, and Professor Soji Adelaja, to talk about the economic realities, the challenges, the implications for public finances here in Michigan, and then a more focused evaluation focusing on, well, what communities have done well and why, and what's happening specifically in Genesee County and in the Davison community. So we spent a fair amount of time trying to, I guess, create a common ground for us all to stand on as we looked at these challenges. In the second part, we brainstormed and generated ideas, and we tried to prioritize those ideas through the use of facilitation. And then we organized into four smaller groups, focusing on government structure, service delivery, economic development, and education. And then we had an afternoon work group session. Attendees would break out and largely self-select unless there was some imbalances, and we tried to kind of even things out a bit. And more brainstorming. And this is where people, who, if they're skeptics, say, this is no good. We don't want to consolidate. What are we talking about this? To, well, here the reality is this. We have some decisions that we can make. What do we want to do? If we were going to start from scratch, what would we want our local government, what would we want our community to look like? All of that stuff is recorded by the facilitators and organized. And then the facilitators did a fantastic job, because that evening they just worked like crazy to organize all of this into something useful, so that we can, day 2, look at all of that and review. And here the key point of the Academy of Sciences processes is, once we've kind of been through that entire process and we've come up with ideas and we prioritize them, then we wanted to try to identify who's responsible, who has the authority to make choices and decisions, what support is needed, and who needs to be informed. It's called a RASI, to try to not just make this a 1 or 2 day event, but a plan for change and plan for action in the future. How do we move forward with this? The Engineering Society then compiled all of this information into a report outlining the recommendations, the process, all the pieces of information that went into it. It's an excellent report. It was peer-reviewed, asking for feedback. And this graphic here represents some of the core recommendations that came out of this process. Whatever we do, we're going to focus on win-wins. For example, if you were to become one local unit, a millage leveling might be required. There's a differential. The city has a higher millage rate than the township. How are you going to make this work? It's a challenge. And so can we bring down the city millage without necessarily pushing the township millage up? How do all those pieces work together? There are constraints with unions and union contracts, etc. So how do you do win-win? Davison has an excellent educational system and felt that was highlighted as a strength, so how can we build on that? Try to pull together a shared services task force to focus on, well, how can we better collaborate? We have lots of collaborative arrangements now. Can we do better? Can we come up with a joint master plan, economic development master plan? How are all those pieces fit together? And then finally, an economic development task force. So we wanted to kind of look at each of those areas and assign responsibilities and try to move forward with some very specific objectives and goals that could be handled and embraced by the community. So now outcomes. So I think that process was excellent. I think there are a lot of really good things, a lot of good recommendations, but also some conflict, you know. And so, you know, this is a process. Shortly after all of this came, in fact, the day that our group presented the findings to the City Council of Davison was the same day that the City Council decided to dismiss Dale. And so it was a very rough day. And despite a lot of support from the community, I would say the place was packed, and 10-to-1 citizens supported Dale's continuation, and yet the City Council decided to terminate him, knowing that his contract was up, his 3-year contract was up several months later. So it was a really strange dynamic, very difficult. At the same time, in the background of all of this, because of other issues that had arisen, a number of City Council members were up for recall. Dale, do you want to explain the circumstances surrounding the recall very quickly?
There were a couple of other issues. The City Council eliminated the Public Works Director's position. They felt it was extraneous, and I wouldn't fire him, so they said, well, they repealed all the ordinances that created his position. They had repealed several ordinances without any public input or foreknowledge. And they were presented a petition signed by about 150 residents asking, you know, could you put a moratorium on for 45 days until you can define the process on how you repeal an ordinance? And the council basically ignored that request. There's some water rate issues involved, so my termination, it was well on its way toward the recall going forward, but all that my dismissal had to do was it accelerated their signature collection and the recall election for 5 of the 7 is actually next Tuesday.
So we'll see on the outcome of that. There has been a general task force that was formed by citizens to move some of these initiatives forward. They're kind of on hold to see what happens with the City Council. So after Tuesday, we'll begin to see some changes and some movement.
When did all this happen?
The symposium was early June. I was suspended they had to give me 30 days notice to suspend me, and that was at the end of July. So officially my last day in the office was late July. My last official day on the clock was the end of August.
And have any of these people been recalled, or it's on the election?
It's on the election,
That's
November
Tuesday's
2nd.
election, 5 and 7.
And I think in part, the decision to terminate Dale was, well, we're going to maybe make this decision before we're recalled, because there's going to be a new set of leaders coming in. There's no guarantee they'd be able to have that power to do that. Yes?
Any of it due to the audacity of proposing to actually coordinate services and be cooperative, or probably? I could see how a public official could be punished severely for having the guts to do something.
Well, if you actually combined local units, you're going to have fewer elected officials. Some people are going to lose out, and that may be okay with some and not okay with others. Yeah?
I guess I'm a little bit confused, especially on the first 2 there. Are those first 2 items directly related to this symposium and the work that was attempted?
Well, it's sort of endogenous, right? I mean, there are all these things that happened before the symposium that Dale was working on and Kurt were working on in terms of trying to figure out how to provide public services more effectively on a smaller budget. And so the issue of, well, if they had the budget, they wouldn't be thinking about eliminating the public works director. But they don't have the budget, so how do you make these decisions? So there's this ongoing challenge and tension that preceded the workshop. The workshop was in the midst of all of this, and then probably contributed to bringing all these issues to the forefront. So I wouldn't say it's a direct outcome, but certainly influential.
Again, not to belabor, but it doesn't sound like City Council was exactly engaged in this process. Is that?
Well, how many of the City Council members attended, Dale?
We couldn't invite all of them because we would have had to comply with the Open Meetings Act. So we invited 3, and 3 of them did show up. So they were involved with that. But we and David actually, before going way back to where it first started, we actually had a community forum in February when all of this first really broke publicly, that Mr. Soper and I were having these discussions about possibly consolidating. So we had a public forum. It was late February, and actually it was the day after they had just eliminated the public works director. So the town was already on edge. There were about 250 to 300 people there. All the township board and the city council sat intermingled at a table in front. David moderated it, and I think when we went in, it was probably 7 to 1 saying, we don't want to hear anything more about consolidation at all. Just let's take a vote and let's shut you down right now. And by the end of the night, it had probably flipped back to 4 to 1 saying, well, let's at least continue the discussion. And the city council, they sat there stone-faced, and we don't want to be here, and we don't support this whatsoever. So they weren't.
Yeah, it's a challenge. And my impression, I was not able to come to that event, but my impression is that what turned the tide was a young person who said, listen, I love my community. I want to work here. I'm a recent college grad. If I can't find a job, I'm going to leave. We've got to do something different. We want to think about things differently. What can we do?
Did you decide who the 3 of the 7 city council members were going to be invited, or did you offer them, all 7, the opportunity to pick the 3 that were going to come?
No, I asked the mayor. That was my decision on who I invited. The mayor due to his seat, the mayor pro tem due to his seat, and the biggest skeptic on the city council. Those are the three that were specifically invited.
How many of them are on this recall?
Two of those three.
Okay. Yes, Jim.
This all started with the fear of consolidation. C word became a bad word. And it was a loaded word and it inflamed. We decided to stay away from that word. This became a re-envisioning process.
Yeah, clearly some of us have some interest in exploring consolidation, and we didn't hide that, but we also wanted it to be an open process because there's a continuum of cooperative arrangements, from sharing services to buying and selling services from one another, all the way up to full consolidation. So what range is appropriate for this community given this challenge? We wanted the community to struggle with those kinds of questions.
Can I ask you just one more question, okay?
Yeah.
I'm really interested, to what extent do you guys perceive this as a outside-in versus an inside-out conversation?
That topic definitely came up, but again, if you go back to the numbers that were there, it was primarily, and they made it very clear from the start that we are here to help you. We are a resource, nothing more than a resource. We're not going to be the academics that are going to use you as our tools to meet our academic ideal. So I think they did take they stepped to the front, laid the groundwork, but then I think every external agency, whether it was MISTA, Prima Civitas, MSU, I think they took a very good and big step backwards and let the local people drive it.
I agree. This started from the inside. I mean, nobody came from the outside to start this process. It was by invitation on the inside.
But having said that, there was a lot of external interest in this because it is representative of challenges that are happening all over the state.
I don't think this would be the case in Davidson, but there is some evidence in the literature that one of the outcomes of consolidation, particularly with minority populations, is loss of representation in the public body, where a minority population may be absorbed within a majority population, for example, African Americans. Is that something, Mark, that you've seen in your work in this regard, or do you have any sense on that? I've seen it in some of the literature.
Well, yeah, certainly the question, there's a range of, you could have a very centralized government where all decisions are made and you lose a whole lot. So it's really a question about what's the appropriate size given economies of scale and meeting diverse sets of interests and populations. And so this idea of having a lot of local units who can make decisions on behalf of their constituency, they're better able to meet the needs than, say, one larger overlying government. So the question is what's the proper size and what's the proper assignment of responsibilities?
Probably the most significant thing we did was the leveling presentations at the beginning. Ballard did a national, international economy, what's going on, and then Mark hit how this is impacting local governments, and then Adelasia did a thing on the new economy. And this was very powerful presentation, and it's included in the summaries, the presentations. But we were stunned at how impressed people were on that information, like they were hearing it for the first time. And they had wished that we had taped it and were playing it on their local cable. And we had originally planned then to do some of that before the recall in the firing. To spend some time in the summer running those presentations, redoing them, and putting them on the cable, because they were absolutely turned around by the new economy discussion and what was going on with manufacturing. And they live it every day in Flint, and it's the epicenter of the auto industry, but they didn't have it in context, and that put it in context that really made the difference.
And just a quick thing, that report is online, and if you go to the Engineering Society of Detroit Institute, that whole report is online.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if you can...
Okay. Well, I've taken about 10 or 15 minutes longer to go through this, but I think this discussion is really important to give you the context. And so what we're trying to think about in the context of a wicked problem is, in the long run, these issues are not resolved quickly. It's a process. Think about these things. What should be? And sometimes that should be is, well, I want my $70,000 manufacturing job back, and that's the way it should be. And so you're coming to terms with the fact that the reality is now different. What is, what could be, and what can be. And I think this engineering society process, this National Academy process, helped us go through these pieces pretty well. And so at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Pat to allow us to consider the questions and
So I'm going to focus a little bit in this presentation. I've called this Ethics and Eggs, and the main reason for that is that I like alliteration. If you're trained in the humanities, you have to come up with alliterative titles. But it actually is also a little helpful to focus on a particular livestock production system for some of the discussion points I want to get to. I think that there also is a simplification in the presentation that I'm going to make, which just reflects the sense in which what I'm going to present is not the wickedest version of this case. I'm not, for example, going to talk about issues related to food safety, which, if you work on eggs, is kind of a big deal right now after a mammoth recall in August. I'm not going to present issues that relate to links between human and animal disease, which with bird flu, as something that we talk about once a year, is also something that makes egg production wicked. And I'm also not going to really talk about the environmental impact of egg production, which is an issue, although probably in egg production maybe less so than some other areas in livestock production. So I'm leaving out a lot that would make this even more wicked. But what I want to do is to focus a bit on the animal welfare dimensions of this. And a good starting point is to think of three related interest groups, one of which are the food consumers. They eat eggs. A second, of course, would be the food producers are interested in affordable food. Actually, eggs, I think, are particularly significant to talk about because they are staple foods that people know how to use. Some of the other work that I do is on foods that are available in urban centers, and eggs are available at almost every little quality dairy shop mart. And if you stand in the doorway of one of those places and think about, well, what in here would be healthy to eat, actually a lot of it's animal products. So they actually are quite important, and the cost elements, which I'm not really an economist, but sometimes I play one on television. That's what I'm doing right now. The cost elements are quite significant from the standpoint of the consumers. Second group, of course, are the people that produce the eggs. And what becomes critical for them is that they have to at least be able to recover their costs in order to produce. I actually avoid using the word profit. I think most egg producers do want to make profits, but I don't think all farmers want to make profits, but they all want to recover their costs. And then finally, you've got, in this case, the animal, the bird. And there would be responsibilities that the animals are getting adequate, humane care. This would have been a fairly traditional value in animal production. And we'll come back to this. This is going to be the main theme. So if we start out with tame ethics, in ethics you make a very broad distinction between good things that are not really anybody's particularly responsibility to bring about, and actions or duties that are the ethical responsibility of a well-defined person or group. Ethics traditionally is thought to be primarily focused on the latter rather than the former. The former might be the subject of fate or religion, or alternatively it might be the subject of politics, but it's not really the subject of ethics. Ethics is about responsibilities that individuals have. So if we come back to this, we've got two interest groups who might be thought of as having antagonistic interests. However, Adam Smith has told us that in fact the producers don't need to be spurred by any ethical feelings about these. I can't believe I'm saying this to a room full of economists, right? You have to cut me some slack here. I was prepared for something else, right? Producers don't need to be spurred by ethical motives in order for good things to happen in a competitive economy. These are things that sort of just happen and they get taken out of the domain of ethics. We will get to the externalities, right? So the primary place where there's a potential for an ethical relationship here is actually between the farmers and the animals. And if we run the clock back to sometime in the past, say 1940, I think this actually would have been the way that most producers would have conceptualized this issue. They would have accepted that they do have an ethical responsibility for the care of their animals, and they interpret this as a responsibility that falls on them as individuals, and they feel that they have to discharge this as part of what it means to own and care for. They might use language like stewardship to talk about these ethical responsibilities, but they would in fact have been conceptualized as ethical responsibilities. So, however, the other piece of ethics circa 1940 is that farmers would have not seen this responsibility as in deep tension with their role as producers, because the animals are not going to be productive if they're not healthy. And so although farmers would have recognized this as an ethical responsibility, it would not have been thought of as something that was creating any tension with their economic interests. So if we start to fast forward a little bit, this starts to become a wicked problem with the advent of concentrated animal feeding operations, CAFOs, in the egg industry. This really gets started in the 1940s with systems that involve lots of hens on the floor. By the 1960s, systems that actually look very much like the ones that are in place today start to come in, where the chickens are confined in cages, and this is sometimes referred to as the battery cage system, but you get the chickens up off the floor. It makes manure collection more efficient. It makes egg collection much more efficient, and introduced a lot of conveniences and efficiencies into egg production. But under these systems, the compatibility of the producer's competitive interest in the welfare of animals becomes increasingly questionable. Essentially, what you're doing when you are producing in one of these facilities is you're managing your capital investment, and you're managing your basic maintenance costs as much as you're managing the productivity of the bird, would be the short way to say this. And in fact, it turned out that you could have a lot of birds die before the cost of keeping those birds alive. I mean, if there's one non-controversial measure of welfare, it's when the animals are so badly treated that they're dying. You could actually afford to lose a fairly significant rate of birds in a facility before it would, the costs of keeping birds alive, just meeting that minimal welfare, would be repaid in terms of the productivity of the system. So here's your word. Animal welfare starts to look like an externality You do have to count animals as subjects that could bear external costs in order to look at this as an externality, and not all economists think that way, but I'm going to suggest that this actually is a classic externality problem if we are willing to accept the idea that the animals have interests that can be affected by the way the system runs. The other thing that really starts to make this look wickeder, of course, over the same period is that we start to see the influence of a number of philosophical movements. And I'm not going to unpack these in detail. This is something that I'd be happy to do in questions and answers. But we have seen first the growth of a significant movement to protect animal interests. We've had these movements since the 19th century. They were primarily focused on laboratory animals for many years. In the 1960s, we passed the Animal Welfare Act and have since amended it a couple of times. And gradually, these groups have turned more and more to food production as one of their interests and one of their primary targets. And of course, the other thing that kind of makes all of this wicked is that, well, I'm getting ahead of myself. I mean, I think one of the things that makes this wicked is that it's not at all clear that people who interpret animals' interests in this way are particularly concerned about the food consumer's interest in eating eggs, and many of them would suggest that people shouldn't be eating animal products at all. So their attitude about how this problem should be resolved would be, let's just end animal production altogether and not eat these products. So they have a somewhat jaundiced view of the value of actually eating eggs. And then you have some critical philosophical perspectives that make this more complicated. René Descartes, who's the little guy in that corner, argued that animals are machines that actually don't have any feelings at all. They're non-conscious. They don't feel pain. Still, there are elaborate philosophical and cognitive arguments about this point. We'll talk about some of that if people are interested. And then there are also theological perspectives. This is St. Thomas Aquinas, who've argued that whether animals feel pain or not, they are not moral subjects. They don't have any moral standing, and human beings are entitled to use animals however they want. So these views, although they're coming out of the past, are in direct philosophical conflict with the rise of the animal rights movement. So,
is there an issue with which animals have rights?
Increasingly, yes. Not originally. I would say that I don't want to overstate the influence of philosophy. I think philosophers, the sociologists that have studied the animal rights movement, argue that philosophers were actually really important in the early stages of this movement, but they also would argue that most of the people that participate in the movement don't have particularly sophisticated views. This is going to, there'll be a better place for me to come back to this point a little bit. So what's, I think the upshot of this, however, is that you really can't plausibly understand animal welfare as the responsibility of individual producers. If you're in egg production, and this would be true of all the livestock industries, you basically have to use the most economically competitive method of producing your commodity. Otherwise, you aren't a producer anymore. You go out of business. Farmers cannot address the animal welfare problem through the lens of tame ethics. They cannot interpret this as something that they have a responsibility. I do think that some people outside of animal production do see this as an animal producer's responsibility, but my argument is that this actually really fundamentally changes the nature of the problem. Actually, the main influence that I had, or work that I had with producers, in the 90s was making precisely this argument, that it was something that they had to address on an industry-wide basis. And starting in the late 90s, a number of industries started to think this way, and the egg industry is probably the one. Another reason to talk about egg production is that they probably embraced the idea that they had to address animal welfare as an industry-wide problem much more aggressively than any other. And there were kind of three strategies that were floating around there. One of them is that consumers can just voluntarily pay more for specialty eggs, and you can have cage-free eggs and super organic cage-free eggs, or extra hyphenated cage-free, gluten-free, antibiotic-free, XYZ on down the list eggs. You could have bring government regulation in, and this has actually been the strategy that I think has been pursued in Europe, has not really been pursued much in the United States. And then finally, you can actually try to develop industry-wide standards. And that's where I want to focus for the balance of the presentation, because that's essentially... Why would you argue too? Yeah. Why would you do that? I mean, it is true that in the last few years there have been resolutions in California and Michigan where there have been things that actually are kind of, I would argue, they're kind of in between government regulation. But compared to Europe, we haven't done it. We certainly haven't done it at the federal level either. Okay, how does this industry standards approach typically work is what I want to kind of focus on now. And basically the way this approach has worked is that you convene expert committees to develop standards for the industry, which the industry then adopts usually on a kind of quasi-voluntary basis. In the case of the egg standard, the original standards were written by McDonald's, and McDonald's required suppliers to meet these standards. Very quickly, actually simultaneously with that, the United Egg Producers, which is the trade association for shell egg producers, convened their own expert committees, which surprisingly had the same membership as the committees that McDonald's had convened, and they came up with very similar standards. The UEP created a incentive program for their members, which consists of a certification that the eggs have been produced according to the UEP animal welfare standards. And this is primarily marketed to major retailers. It's not really very useful at the consumer store shelf level, but many of the chain restaurant members of the Chain Restaurant Association and many of the main grocery chains have basically signed on to this program and only purchase eggs that meet the UEP standard. And I can talk in more detail about what the standard actually is in questions. So it has effectively now 80% of the shell eggs that are produced in the U.S. meet this standard. So there's still 20% that don't, but had a fairly dramatic impact on egg production and on animal welfare. Yeah, they're definitely a member, and they're actually one of the reasons I'm not afraid to give this presentation in Michigan is that they're actually leaders in the egg industry in kind of promoting this whole approach. It's not controversial in Michigan. It is controversial in Iowa. Yeah, they produce more eggs than anybody else, and probably a large percentage of the 20% that aren't produced according to the standard are produced in Iowa. So how do these expert committees think of animal welfare? Well, they've broken it down into these three segments, and there's this nice mind, body, and nature way of talking about them. Under the notion of animal bodies, you would include all of the standard veterinary health measures, the things that vets would normally understand as components of animal welfare. How many of the chickens are dying is the most dramatic measure, but morbidity, growth and development, the kinds of things that we've actually been doing quite a bit of research on for the last 100 years. A second category, which has been the focus of a great deal of research just over the last 25 years, would be cognitive measures, basically what it feels like to be an animal in certain conditions. You know, is the animal experiencing pain or suffering? Is it experiencing frustration, or is it feeling relatively satisfied? And just in the same sense that we apply these categories to humans, we apply them to animals. And there have been some very creative research techniques developed to develop measures for all of these things. And then the last category, animal natures, is defined or understood as behaviors that are typical of the species. So in the case of chickens, that would include nesting, flapping their wings, bathing in the dust, perching. These are all things that if you give chickens an opportunity to do it, they'll do it. That it is certainly typical of chickens, both historically and in the wild, their relatives in the wild, that they would engage in these types of behaviors. Now, there is a philosophical problem here, which is, how do we actually understand this last category of animal natures? And the two options basically are, we can actually understand these species-typical behaviors as contributors to welfare because they are proxies for something that has cognitive significance. If you want to perch and you aren't allowed to perch, you feel frustrated, okay? And what's really significant from a welfare standpoint is the frustration, right? And the presumption is that if you're frustrating perching or dust bathing or so on, you're causing some sort of cognitive dissatisfaction. Or possibly even a more straightforward veterinary measure, although the real focus is on the cognitive measures because those are the ones that are hardest to see. The alternative is to actually understand these species-typical behaviors as actually constitutive of well-being. That is, this is actually what defines well-being for a chicken, irrespective of whether or not they feel anything with regard to the frustration of these kinds of behaviors. Now, this actually gets to be a very significant problem practically. Philosophically, it's just fascinating, right? I mean, we actually have very similar problems in talking about human beings. You know, is what makes something good for humans the fact that they feel good about it, or are there certain characteristics that we think of that humans should aspire to do, and we actually think less of them if, you know, no matter how happy they feel, no matter how pleasurable their life is, if they don't aspire to these more significant kinds of behaviors. But this becomes a practical problem in developing industry standards, and it has in fact led to, I think, a real point of debate both within the industry, but especially between the industry and the larger world. So the way that the industry basically has approached these is to to emphasize the standard veterinary things and to take on board the second category, but to follow option one, as I outlined it, and to understand the significance of nature primarily in terms of how it contributes to these other welfare measures. So they're broadly committed to my philosophical option one. But here's how this gets them into trouble. Some very nice research by a group of agricultural economists at Oklahoma State has conducted a fairly extensive telephone survey to get the public's attitudes towards a number of discrete measures of welfare. And if I'd known I was going to be talking to economists, I would have brought a better slide for this that actually talks about how this technique works. But as it is, in order to stay reasonably on time, I'm just going to stick to my original plan of describing the results. What they did is they came up with three groups. Basically, they had all of these individual indicators, and then they used statistical techniques to see that they clustered into three groups. In other words, people tended to be in one group or another depending on patterns in terms of the way that they rated various things. And one group they call the price seekers. These are people that are really only concerned with minimal physical well-being of the birds. They think the birds should get food and water, but as long as they're getting food and water, they really don't care. Then everything else they care about relates to price. Philosophers would say these are the Cartesians in the room. Then there's a group called basic welfareists, and these are people that tend to rate animal indicators that focus on pain, frustration, and contentment. And then there's another group that are called the naturalists. And these are people who would suggest that the kind of animals, the kind of life that an animal would lead in nature becomes the moral norm. So where are some of the places where the naturalists and the basic welfareists, these are the percents. 14% price seekers, 40% basic welfareists, and the number for the naturalists is going to be behind the slide, but I think math would tell you that's 46%. Where do these things break out? Well, a good example would be predation. Getting killed by a predator is bad on any animal welfare score. It actually scores very badly on the standard veterinary health measure, the most non-controversial measure. Welfarists recognize it as bad, but naturalists don't recognize it as nearly as bad as the other two groups. So, in other words, if you I think that what they're going to view, and here now we're actually interpreting beyond what the survey actually tells us. What they would view is that it's much worse to constrain an animal's behavior, prevent it from bathing in the dust or going outdoors, than it is to protect it. Much more important to do that than it is to protect it from predators. So you're right. Animals do die in nature, and they get eaten by predators, and it's very clear that this segment of the public views that as less significant, and it's a clear place where this split between the sort of basic welfarists and the naturalists divides on both philosophical grounds, and it actually turns out that the public splits on exactly that point as well. Other places that would be important, there's my 46%, would be things that would actually relate very closely to production systems. One of the key issues that egg producers, all poultry producers, are worried about is aggression among the birds. This is a much larger problem in a free-range system than it is in a cage system. And this suggests to many people in the industry who are taking option one, as I described it, that actually the welfare of birds in a cage system is better than the welfare of birds in an open system. That is actually not the way that 46% of the public looks at this. They think it's much better to allow birds to be able to fulfill these behaviors, and what they do to each other is not really primarily significant. I've got extra question marks on here. So this is basically my last slide, suggesting that we now have a lot of different perspectives that are vying for how we think about the ethical relationships with animal welfare. We have the philosophical groups, and we have the naturalists out there enjoying their picnic, and then we have these attempts to develop standards, which do, even when they're certified humane, is a standard that was developed by the American Humane Association. And it's a little more strict than the UEP standard, but it too, I think, takes the same basic philosophical approach as the UEP approach. To kind of come back to Roy's question about different philosophical approaches, within the two leading philosophers to write on this in the 1970s and 80s kind of represent the same split. One of them would have been Peter Singer, and he describes his view as preference utilitarianism, which means that he thinks pain, I mean, he will write it as pain, but he thinks that if animals have preferences that can't be satisfied, that's what's ethically significant, which is a way of basically saying that he follows strategy number one. And the other one was a philosopher named Tom Reagan, who has this idea that animals are subjects of a life, is his term, that they have a certain set of interests that are sort of defined by what it means to be a subject, to be a being that has a personality with interests that endure over time. And that anything which frustrates or stifles the ability of any animal, including humans, to fulfill that sort of basic core set of interests is going to be ethically problematic. And so it doesn't really matter so much how they feel about it, just like I might prefer to sit at home drinking beer and watching Dukes of Hazzard reruns. That doesn't make me a good person, right? I really should be fulfilling my potential, and that's a very narrow notion of what it is to be a human being. Similarly, there would be narrow notions of what it would be to be a chicken or a pig or whatever. And just because pigs, happens to be true of pigs, if you raise pigs on concrete, they don't actually want to go out and wander around in the yard. But that's you've still harmed the pig from Reagan's perspective, because part of what it means to be a pig is to go out and root around in the dirt. That would be a kind of natural, typical behavior for pigs, and they need to be able to kind of express all of that going forward. When you give this kind of presentation in front of, I've given this presentation at Poultry Science, and somebody stands up and says, "You mean that we're actually supposed to go back now and try to breed chickens that actually want to go outdoors?" And wicked problems. That's my presentation.
Thank you, Paul.
This group is going to talk about what I think is one of the most important areas compared to, and intersects with what everybody else is talking about, actually. Because if you think about life on Earth and you think about the importance of water, it touches everything. So, and I'm a water microbiologist, so I got trained, and I thought I was just going to go take a water sample, go back to my lab, and analyze it. And I started working on both the waste side and the drinking water side, so I span the gamut. But I can remember being in a room full of very angry senior citizens in Florida because they wanted to put in a wastewater infrastructure, and they were all on septic tanks, and the septic tanks were contaminating their water system in Florida. So eutrophication, pollution, they had built up with very little land space, so they didn't meet any of the national requirements for land space for septic tanks. It's karst terrain, if you know anything about limestone in Florida, so it was just every time they flushed, it probably hit the canal within 8 hours. And but these were people that were on fixed incomes. And they had a big engineering group that came in and said, well, you've got to pay $20,000, and then you're going to have to pay a sewer fee, because we're going to put in sewers. And just the whole thing just exploded. And I remember that the one senior citizen was stomping his cane and asking who paid for this scientist, this Dr. Rose, to come and scare them, because I was talking about health impacts, especially with the elderly. So it wasn't too civil. And so I learned pretty quickly that I wasn't just going to work in the lab if I worked in water. And I was going to work really broadly with a really broad group of people, and I'm still learning that. So I wanted to talk about the global issue because I thought we might have a smaller group. And I think that universities, I've seen that at universities, we want to work more at the global level, at a higher level. But in many cases, there's not a mechanism to do it very well, to bring the disciplines together, to get the funding. Funding is changing a little bit. If we look at our traditional sources, NSF, EPA, NOAA, they didn't include very many opportunities for international thinking or looking at even transboundary issues, even here in the Great Lakes. How do we work with our Canadian neighbors? And there's some changes. There's foundations now that have a great interest. I know that Gates, traditionally, even when they started with the Health Grand Challenges, they got a lot of letters on water, and they didn't know how to address water at all in terms of a sustainability, an investment in sustainability for solving water problems. And I think USAID is looking at creating some opportunities with NSF, whether that will be more global. The traditional USAID has been more development. And I also think that the environmental communications, the journalism, is very tied to these issues because we hear about it. We start talking about floods and everything else. At the global level, of course, they've put up sustainability goals, and of course, water and sanitation is right there, and they're connected. The access to using water and what they call sanitation. They don't think of it as water-based sanitation, although I think most of us in this room would think of sanitation and toilets. We'd say, oh, water. I'll have to say, at the global level, they're not thinking about that. They're thinking about toilets, and they're thinking about dry sanitation and just stopping open defecation, basically. So right off the bat, we have a different perception when they say these things of the role of water. And of course, the idea, though, that there's a natural resources, there's a value to the ecosystems, and the whole idea of sharing water, valuing water, and governing water, it was put on the table because the policies for governance are very fragmented, and of course, that's one of the definitions of a wicked problem. And of course, then there's always been this idea of quantity-quality linkages, but we haven't done that very well. I'm a quality person, but I work a lot with the quantity people. And then how do we look at water for a sustainable food supply? So food security is highly, and I think that from the sustainability side at the global level, I've been really concerned with the statistics, and I've got some of the statistics that they've got them. The next time they're going to look at their goals for water is 2015 at the global level for the developing world. And they're starting to do some small assessments, and they're finding out that they don't really have the data that they thought they had. The other thing is they have a lot of fragmentation, and they don't have innovation. WHO, United Nations, the NGOs, the groups that are trying to address the water sanitation goals at the developing world level. But even if we look in our own, in our own state, at least in Michigan, where we're water rich, our water is, the management of our water systems is very fragmented. We're one of the few states we don't have a state policy on sanitation. So each county can do what it wants on sanitation. So it's a pretty big problem in terms of on the sanitation side, I'd say. The old adage that they use dilution, dilution is still used, even though they say it's not the solution. It certainly is part of the mindset and process in terms of pollutants. The other thing I think with climate change, the technology for looking at emerging contaminants, these outbreaks that are getting global attention again, because at one time people thought vaccinations and medical treatment were going to take care of all of this, and we're just seeing that it's not the case. I know they're talking about Haiti right now in the news again. Pakistan was in the news a few weeks ago, and I have some of the latest cholera statistics. So I think that part of the wicked problem has been, for water, has been first fragmentation. There's fragmentation in our education system as well. So we educate the wastewater people over here, we educate the drinking water people over here, we educate people, we didn't even include energy in the education component until recently. We educate ecosystem and fisheries people over here, we educate health people over there. Traditionally, we look at sanitary engineering, that was part of public health, and that's gone by the wayside. And so, you know, that's a huge fragmentation in that regard. I think the other thing is just it was linear thinking with water. Bring the clean water in, you take the dirt, you know, push the dirty water out, and there was no recognition of the cycle, you know, the water cycle. Water was also seen as an infinite, you know, resource. That you know, water is in a cycle, and so it moves from one state to another in our globe. But the real issue then was access. And I think so, and of course the food people were way off to the water, and even though they talk about that still agriculture is the biggest user of water, there was a lot of talk about consumptive use, but there was no measurement of that. And then there was no understanding of groundwater and surface water interactions. So there was so much fragmentation on all levels of the water side. And so it was really, in this last point of ensuring a knowledge base on water in a comprehensive fashion that could lead to sustainability is really missing. I think both water quantity and quality equal health, and I think that we do need to think of this as a wicked problem, and then if we do, we'll think of a new approach. And there are places that are starting to do that, especially where there's stress on water. The water professionals have to provide the knowledge and the innovative technology in a very collaborative fashion. It has to be an adaptive framework. And this was because water infrastructure, I really think that we don't have a natural water cycle anywhere in the world anymore. We have a human-coupled water cycle. And I don't know any place where you could go where there's not maybe a little dam or some kind of human impact in the whole world now in terms of water. And so I don't think we have this natural water cycle that we teach our kids in elementary school. That's not what it is anymore. If you think about even the climate part of it, like rainfall and all that, and we believe humans are impacting that level, that global climate change. So we, even at that broad scale, we don't have that anymore. And because these infrastructure projects are so big and they're so costly and they should be lasting a long time, we've got to have some kind of long-term perspective for water. If they build a wastewater, a stormwater, a drinking water project, supposedly they're supposed to last 40, 50 years, right? But they don't think in those terms in either financing or benefits or innovation. It's very hard to get innovation into the water system. And a lot of people just use policy. So you saw this, wicked problems, difficult to define, resistant to resolution, have many interdependencies, multi-causal attempts to address the problems lead to unforeseen consequences. They're not stable, no clear solution or endpoint, and are socially complex. And this fits water to a T, all of these issues. They don't sit conveniently within the responsibility of one organization, that's for sure for water, and especially if you get to the global level, you've got the Ministry of Agriculture, you've got maybe Ministry of Water, Ministry of the Environment, Ministry of Health. All these ministries have little pieces of the water, you know, side of it, and a lot of times they don't talk to each other. Changing behavior, chronic policy failure, and the classical linear approach doesn't work. So I think that if we're going to solve this, we have to have this improved understanding about our relationship with water and land and water and uses and water and economics and our society, and we don't, and even the idea of water and sanitation. If you look at the United Nations Human Development Index, and to try to delineate where people are on the economic scale, they use health and life expectancy. A lot of times they're going to use infant mortality They might use infant mortality as another measure. So those are the two main measures in health that they use. For the education, they look at literacy, and then they look at their gross domestic product. And this gives you kind of a sense of where they place people, countries in the world based on these types of indicators, these global maps. And this is the Human Development Index, which combines some of those things, combines many of the previous indicators. And you can see where we have, you know, the greatest stress in the African continent, and in parts of Europe. Some of this, too, there's not very much data, and I'm not really sure how they get this resolution. Freshwater resources, it's often been said that we have freshwater resources, and what we have is an inappropriate distribution of people in relation to our resources, and no sense of, you know, how to use the water. And also, even though we have these available water, and you'll notice Africa, there are parts of Africa that they say they're fairly water rich when you look at how much water's there. But what they've been overlaying that with is their ability to manage the water system from an economic perspective. So this is the economic water scarcity, you know, and so that gives you this sense of this, you know, at least two legs. You know, we talk about the two legs of the sustainability, right? The economics and the environment side. And the global changes all have an impact on water, yet we don't understand those very well. Certainly they've used population growth, and I'm going to show you some data by Jack Lew, in which I don't think population growth is maybe our best measure for water, although we've used that. We've got urbanization, but we don't have a good sense of the urbanization, what that means for services, either from sanitation or water supply. And, of course, the whole climate change issue. I think what you heard our speaker say this morning is that these climate change models do a better job with temperature than they do with precip, right? So precip, and especially downscaling to the watershed level, is really, really difficult. And so you start, you know, grappling with very big uncertainties and variability as well when you go down to the watershed level, which is where we need to go for water. I'm suggesting with water quality and health that we actually do better, we improve our ability to look at waterborne disease and waterborne disease statistics and water quality information, because we can relate quality to health. I think from an education standpoint, we need to think about water testing capacity, building information and knowledge. And that means also building human capacity. And then for investment, drinking water and sanitation, but household connections. I think we should start thinking about household connections. So I view it from the lens that if you look at community-based water and wastewater systems, those deliver huge benefits long-term that are beyond even health. They're beyond this idea of sustainability over taps, just access to safe tap and access to a privy, which is where they're going for the developing world. And there's nobody speaking up for the utility in the developing world, saying, why don't we invest in utilities and invest in the infrastructure that we invested in the rest of the world? Nobody's really speaking up for them. They talk about the household, oh, well, we can't achieve it. But I think it's political will, and I think that was already suggested that there's partly political will in this, involved in this. Now, Jack Lew looked at the growth in households compared to population, and he looked at countries both in the developing and the developed world. And what he found is that household numbers were growing faster than population, which means that the number of people per household are splitting up, and they're creating two households. Now, we just were having this conversation with a group that's studying Malawi, and I'm going to show you some pictures and some other things with Malawi. So this isn't true everywhere, but it's true for about most of the countries that Jack looked at in both the developing and the developed world. But Malawi, it is actually the opposite, is that their population is growing faster than their households. And we may see a trend, I mean, we may see a changing trend on that depending on the economics. So Dr. Aaron Dreeland worked with Jack Liu and WHO's database, and they actually mapped this idea of this changing household size and in relationship to access to safe tap water and sanitation. So the next couple of maps I'm going to show you take this idea of changing household numbers in relationship to access instead of population. And this is the data set that they looked at. And not all, and you can imagine that as soon as you get to the continent that has the most problems, like Africa, is where you have the least amount of data as well. So there's a data, information, and knowledge gap there. So this is household coverage. These are household connections in terms of tap. And you can see that even in the United States, we probably have some places, especially along the borders and other places. There's little pockets, and even the developed world, where they don't have these household connections. And you can see that it's really, really poor in the African and in India and in Asia. Now sanitation is even worse. So we're far from anybody having toilets, enough, you know, their own privy, let alone something next to their house or in their house or anything like that. We are really far away from that. And the investments in that are seen as very large. So I see fragmentation, social complexity, technological challenges, the interconnectedness, and the multi-causal problems as being some of the challenges for water. I work in waterborne pathogens. I work with all three groups: the animals, the small animals, the parasites, and the worms; the bacteria, which is cholera, and we'll talk about that, and the viruses. I just want to mention that these are the statistics for the waterborne disease and the problems. Right now, the statistics on who's sick from water, these are estimates: 884 million people without access, 2.5 billion without access to improved sanitation. I don't know why that says it has a C instead of a G, but one of the ideas is to produce a global map of water quality. And we do have an international group that's trying to build capacity in water quality laboratories around the world to build this global map with a single yardstick. One of the things we were talking about is, what does water sustainability look like? They're talking about sustainability in many cases being very local, and depending on how you defined your boundaries, whether you're at the water basin level or the watershed level or whatever. And if you start looking at the country level, how do you even define it? What does it look like? And how do we assess value? I think one of the things we're lacking a lot is the economist side for water, both in terms of engineering infrastructure, which might be a little bit easier, but if you talk about improving health and prevention, how do we value that? The WHO is trying to use this DALI, a consistent yardstick, which is daily adjusted life years of quality of life, so that you can compare hepatitis A to X to Y to Z. And I don't think we know how to judge climate change at all. And I don't think we've addressed the social aspects of the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals. And right now, especially on the climate side, they're talking about adaptation strategies. Yet if you go into these countries, the locals are already doing adaptation. And we have not captured any of their approaches that they're using for adaptation. They know the climate's changing a little bit, so they have designed alternatives for getting water or treating water. Now these are the Millennium Goals for water. Have by 2015, and you can see 2015 is not very far away. And in fact, their intermediate assessment has said they're not meeting these. They're meeting some of them, especially on the drinking water side, but they're not meeting them at all on the sanitation side. So have the proportion of people without sustainable access to safe drinking water, and have the proportion of people who do not have access to basic sanitation. And basic sanitation is just at least some kind of a toilet or a privy or something. And one of the things they found in this study is that they were including just access to a tap or a well as improved water, and that's what they were checking. So it was going up to the country level and then to the global statistics. But when they went and did the studies, they found that none of the water quality actually was safe. So they were digging these shallow wells, they were having access to more water systems, but they weren't safe. And so it's really safe drinking water, and how do you define safe? The other thing is that people have started to look at climate change, and particularly in these extreme events, and I'm going to talk about that a bit more. I should mention that cholera and maybe typhoid are the poster children of waterborne disease. Globally, cholera, and many people are surprised to find this out. You know, you hear about these diseases and stuff, and you always hear cholera, 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 as if cholera is the only waterborne disease out there. But actually, it's the only one reportable. Cholera is the only reportable disease at the Global National Health Assembly. So the only one that goes from the national statistics all the way to the global is cholera. Typhoid's not reportable. None of the other waterborne diseases are reportable. Water-based diseases. So the reason has been that water was a local, and the disease was a local phenomenon. And only because cholera got shipped around because of the ports, you know, cholera has the ability to end up in the marine environment, and then it enters into the community through shipping lanes, and then it magnifies through the waste and water system, as it did in South America. And because cholera is known to cause pandemics, it's on that list. So they don't see these other waterborne pathogens as causing pandemics, but we know things like even norovirus. There's a new norovirus strain, and it's circulating around the globe, and so by the definition, it could be a pandemic. But you got to understand that waterborne diseases, if you say outbreaks or anything like that, or pandemics, it has a political ramifications, and there's political definitions tied to it. So even with Katrina, there were certain things that fit the traditional definition of an outbreak, but the Centers for Disease Control would not report it as an outbreak. And that was a political decision to say, no, we don't believe this is an outbreak. And typhoid is actually, there's more cases and deaths associated with typhoid, but it's not reportable at the global level. And typhoid also has some antibiotic resistance emerging. And if we look in the United States, we didn't really have much cholera in the United States. We had typhoid. Typhoid was the big disease when we first, started handling our water and wastewater. This is what cholera looks like at the global level. This is 1995 to 2005. You can see Africa and Asia and Eastern Europe and to a certain extent South America, Central and South America are carrying the burden of disease. And but now we have a lot of other things we're worried about. We've got O157, we've got Legionella, which is a respiratory disease, Helicobacter, which causes ulcers and potentially cancer. But you can be infected for a long, long time and not know it. And the other thing is that people think waterborne diseases cause just diarrhea and you're going to get over it. Okay, so you have 3 bouts of diarrhea. If we have nutritional, let's talk about nutrition, improving nutrition. Let's talk about access to health care. Then we'll be fine. But what we're finding out is there's a lot of chronic diseases associated with that. And multiple pathogens plus nutritional aspects cause more of the chronic problems. And we're seeing that in the United States too. The outbreak in Canada, in a small town in Walkerton in the province of Ontario, that was E. coli O157 and Campylobacter. Well, the O157, of course, is associated with the transplants, kidney transplants that about 20 kids need. now into the future, and the Campylobacter is probably associated with some of the other symptoms that people are having, reactive arthritis, joint pains, all these things. We don't know for sure. So none of this is captured really when we talk about trying to improve health. This is the Helicobacter. They're suggesting that there's really a high level of infection. These infections are spread fecal-oral, and so they get to the next people, the next person through contaminated food and water. And people just are colonized, and they're never treated. And so long-term, that means ulcers, and that means cancer down the road, if you live that long. And then, of course, the morbidity, mortality is very big in the sensitive populations. In the United States, we've calculated that any one point in time, about 30% of our population falls into a sensitive category. Of course, we go through, as an individual, we go through these as we go through our life. But in the developing world, it's as high as 60%. It depends on where you are and the role that AIDS is playing. If you have a lot of AIDS in the population, it's really devastating in terms of environmental pollution. Climate, both direct and indirect effects are very big, and of course the direct effects get a lot of attention right off the bat. But as we're seeing in Pakistan and we're seeing in Haiti, after these big events, if you displace people, the effects, the indirect effects, are the ones that are difficult to manage. And that's down the road in terms of water and sanitation. We do know in the United States, this is a picture of a study we did on about 50 years of outbreak data in the United States. And every place there's a donut-like looking spot is a drinking water outbreak in a community that's statistically related to the extreme rainfall events. So we've been able to statistically show that climate is playing a role in outbreak scenarios. I mean, the big events, the plane crashes. And this is what the Washington Post, they took our data, they plotted it, and then they added CSOs on top of there. Although we didn't look at land use, but obviously the source of these pathogens is what we do on land. But they were making the point that where you have poor wastewater infrastructure, you also have a lot of these outbreaks. One of the more recent outbreaks in the Great Lakes region was in Putin Bay. This is a groundwater. It's right in Lake Erie. That's the rainfall event in the blue. And this happened and I don't know, Lois, if you guys were monitoring in 2004, that year, because there was so much rain. This is like 200% the 50-year average hitting that part of the Great Lakes region. And the red is the disease cases. And it was both local people and tourists that got sick. And of course you can see where public health came in, is after all the disease cases. And public health is always late in these things in terms of responding. But we also found that wind events, and wind is a really important predictor, and it's really hard to get wind from the climate signatures. But wind was really important in terms of moving the contamination around and causing the outbreak. The extremes are really interesting. Not too many people have looked at drought. What we're hypothesizing and what we want to look at in Malawi is that maybe drought is associated with accumulation and concentration of contaminants, and that you might have smaller spatial risks, and that's why it hasn't been identified. I mean, drought is seen as important in terms of crops, but it hasn't been seen as important in terms of health. But I think it might be a smaller scale. Whereas on the high end, the high precipitation is associated with transport of contaminants and a larger scale risk. That's our working hypothesis, and it's not something we've tested yet. These are some of the other disasters that they've looked at: 22 earthquakes, 2 volcanic eruptions, and 2 tsunamis. And basically, I thought it was interesting that they said negligible risk for epidemics after geophysical disasters. So they didn't use flooding in this study. And I often wondered what they meant by negligible and what people meant by negligible, because basically in 73%, they didn't have any reports. And people are just responding to the disaster. So they don't report on this stuff, and they don't go down, you know, in enough time. But in 26 of the disasters, they did report a lot of these illnesses, but they said there was no outbreak. So again, it came back to the definition of what an outbreak is and whether politically the area was going to say, oh, we're having an outbreak. Because a lot of times they won't. Flooding is the #1 cause of disasters, though, globally. And even the definition of flood is not something that's consistent. I don't know if it means 1 inch over what area, you know. So there's no global definition, to tell you the truth, of flooding. And a lot of our infrastructure on water traditionally is about flood control, if you look even back in ancient times. And I've got the references, but we do know that after these big flooding events caused by hurricanes and other types of things, that at least for cholera, at least at the global level, we see a lot of cholera, and we also see parasites, and we see viruses, zoonotic pathogens, typhoid, and that kind of thing. So you guys saw the African continent. You know, MSU has a really strong international programs, and I don't know, you may want to talk more about this, but there's a long history of MSU working in Africa, and a long history of MSU scientists working in Malawi, which is this tiny little country right here in the middle. And I was asking the Malawians how come you know, the borders ended up this way, and basically the Brits divided them up. And they used to actually, I think, it used to be, you know, more, you know, a political boundary with, you know, tribes that had some commonality. And I guess the Brits, you know, divided them up this way. But one of the things that's interesting about Malawi, it has this lake, Lake Malawi. It's an important lake from a biodiversity. It's one of the most important lakes from a fish biodiversity. It also provides a lot of water, but it's transboundary. So the lake itself has between Mozambique and Tanzania and Malawi and Zambia, they all have share some of the watersheds. So it's actually a transboundary watershed, so it's quite interesting. And there's a picture of Malawi. These are some of the water systems. I'll show you some of the statistics. This is their main sources of water. They say in the dry season, because Malawi is very interesting, it has a very distinct dry season and a very distinct rainy season. And I think in the rainy season, people just go wherever and get water because it's running everywhere. So, and I just read an article recently that said that even though people knew that maybe the water quality wasn't that good, that it's this distance they go to get water. So that really means a lot to them, how far they're going to go. So if they can go someplace closer, even though they don't think the water's very good, that's where they're going to go. And so this is what they use in the dry season. They use a lot of groundwater there, and shallow groundwater. And one of the issues is the cost of building deeper wells. And the shallow ground wells go dry, and especially under these changing climate conditions. And they do have some drainage, and they use mostly these pits for their wastewater, if they do have access to wastewater. These pit latrines. And so this shows you really small numbers, mostly in the urban centers that have flush toilets at all. There is a couple of wastewater plants in the larger cities, in Blantyre and Lilongwe. But you can see there's a huge amount. They have no facility at all. And in fact, even those with the traditional pit toilet, they probably use a lot of open defecation in many cases, if they don't like it in going into the pit toilet. Of course, they go long distances to get water. They do have taps, and in some cases the tap is treated at the place of, and they have microfinancing systems in some cases. And there's the lake. The lake is not exploited too much yet for tourism. There's not a huge amount of tourism. Malawi is one of the poorest countries in Africa. And, but that's one of the issues in the future, is this idea that tourism could become something important, and there's that double-edged sword to tourism. This is the access to water and sanitation, and you can see the URB is urban, and the RUR is rural. And you can see at the household level, there's hardly any household connections. It's really about these taps and outside pit latrines. There's the Longway River. And then they also have, actually from a quantity side, the Malawian scientists have pretty good data on quantity, which is pretty interesting, even though they don't have a lot of monitoring and gauges. But Malawi's had its issues. This was a very interesting outbreak here because it was a case of drought followed by flood, and it was a food crisis, a water crisis, and a disease crisis. They said all at the same time. So this was a big issue. And they're concerned about those kinds of things happening again. And it probably is going to, because they're so interconnected. Just have a few more slides and then with some discussion. You know, what we're trying to look at, and you know, one of the reasons I came to MSU is because I was interested in working at the international level. I've been working with the International Water Association for a long time. And I've worked in South America quite a bit on water quality and working with universities on setting up labs for parasites and viruses and alternative ways of testing. I started working in Asia. And MSU had this, you know, kind of hat that said we want to be work at the international level. And when I worked in Florida, and I worked in the Florida Keys, and I think I was telling somebody at the break, one of the things about the Florida Keys is the Florida Keys had no water, right? Essentially, it had a very small lens of fresh water. And there was no way you're going to put people down there unless you got some fresh water down there. So early on in the history of the Keys, they built a pipe of fresh water, right? All the way down from Florida, Miami area, all the way down the Keys. I mean, before they had to use distillation. So if you went to Key West or places like that, they actually imported wood, and they distilled their water. So there was no way they were going to support a population or a tourism industry without a water pipe. The water pipe was controversial because they increased it. It used to be a small pipe, and then it got bigger. Now, they brought all this fresh water down. They built houses down there, but they never thought about their wastewater because they had a marine system, and they presumed that putting wastewater out into the marine system through septic tanks, through cesspits, outfalls, the environment was going to take care of it, right? The environment was going to take care of it. Well, then you got refrigeration, you got mosquito control, you got a bigger road. That was controversial as well. And this little strip of land is supporting huge amounts of people and tourism. They knew the reef was dying. They knew there was nutrients down there. They knew the wastewater was a problem. It was a no-brainer. You could walk around and see it. We started working with the USGS and NOAA down there looking at human pathogens. And we had two strategies. We were surveying things for viruses and other pathogens. And then we were also doing tracer studies. We were actually flushing little virus tracers down the toilet. And so pretty soon people started looking at our science. And I can tell you it took 8 years before the state and before the feds said we're going to put the $1 billion into wastewater management in the Keys. So that's how long it took the science to move the political will down there. And basically it was like, okay, if I flush my toilet, what goes down the toilet ends up near my boat in that little canal in 8 hours. Yep. So we had that study. Then we had studied that there were viruses everywhere. You know, then there was an outbreak. The health department found an outbreak in the Swim Around Key West event. And so all these things started happening, and it moved the notch. It moved the knowledge up and the concern up to a level where they started investing. And I think that has to happen at the global level. At the global level, we use fecal coliforms, if even that. We use maybe E. coli, but we have we don't measure other waterborne pathogens well. We don't measure water quality. If we can create all these global maps, we have not one global map on water quality, not even one parameter, not even nutrients. There's no global map. So no country can compare itself against its neighbor. There's no political pressure there to say, what are we doing in water quality? And people know about it already, but it's not visualized, it's not known. And so there's a group of us that through the International Water Association, we work together called the Health-Related Water Microbiology. And we've got about 43 labs now globally that want to map global pollution, and especially from sewage. And we can use molecular markers. There's a whole advantage to using new technology to do these new things, to provide knowledge for decision makers, for investments. But I do think from the engineering side, the hydrology side, the climate side, all of that is needed in these areas too, if we're going to come to sustainable solutions. The WHO is doing assessment right now, and they want to look at strengthening monitoring mechanisms to measure sustainable access, what they're calling sustainable access, to safe drinking water and basic sanitation at the global, regional, and national levels. I think they need help in describing what they mean by sustainable, what they mean by safe, what they mean by regional, all of these things. There really needs to be more discussion and more science brought into this discussion, as well as economics and environmental issues. So I think that's my last slide. It's right there. Yep. A couple of kids in the long way playing in the pool. Any rate, new policy has just been developed in Malawi, a national policy on water, and so that also facilitates some activities. Democratization has gone forward in Malawi, and a lot of people that were working in Kenya have moved over, interestingly enough, because of the unrest, the political unrest in some of these countries where they worked before. And so it's also the political stability that affects all this. Anyway, that's all I really had. I wanted to give just this kind of broad overview, and there is a group from MSU working in Malawi. There's a granting program from National Science Foundation called the Water Sustainability and Climate Program. MSU is engaged with University of Minnesota Duluth with the Malawian scientists to do a planning grant. So you've got a category 1, which is a planning grant, and the big grant, category 2, is for $5 million. And the goal is to go towards that $5 million to write a proposal which will be submitted and be competitive. And the whole issue is to look at this issue of water and sustainability and the impacts of climate as it relates to the social structure of the systems. And it's mandatory. What's interesting about this program, and maybe it reflects the discussion we're having here even, is that it mandates that social science, engineering, hydrology, biology be part of the proposal. So it has to be multidisciplinary. And so it's quite an interesting program. I don't know what's happening with USAID and the NSF. That'll be very interesting, because I know that there was a lot of complaints about the way USAID was run, that you couldn't really do science, you couldn't do research, you couldn't engage people, and the way they were putting the money in. It was just supposed to be capacity building and education, but it wasn't really reaching those goals through the way they were delivering that. And so it seems like this new initiative is a way for money to come in and get that research and science as part of the economic development and capacity building piece, which makes sense, So I think these are opportunities for us, and a lot of these projects, you obviously have to go outside your own university.
Think about our first speaker this morning. and the incredible challenges that face sustainability. And then our second speaker saying that in essence, and most of what we know isn't helpful in solving sustainability, was I going to come along and solve it all in my presentation. And just so there are no differences in expectations, you may discover at the end of my presentation that in fact the cure is worse than the disease. So we'll see how far I get in terms of thinking about this issue, or this set of issue. Again, we are increasingly asked, I think, as knowledge institution and knowledge workers, to in fact solve wicked problems. And again, we've already talked about how sustainability is a classic wicked problem. There's no definitive formulation of the problem, and in essence, we have to substitute some kind of working definition like triple bottom line or the 3 Ps or whatever. Solutions are not true or false, they are only better or worse. And I just simply ask you to think about, if you saw a truly sustainable system, would you know you were looking at a truly sustainable system? And stakeholders have radically different frames of reference, so that businesses really believe that prosperity or profit ought to be trump. Environmental groups really believe in their heart of hearts that the planet P ought to be trump. And social justice groups will clearly say the people P really has to be trump. I'm an old card player, so forgive the term, but the problem is, if they have to be trump, then you really aren't looking at figuring out how to do these things simultaneously. And people obviously get very passionate about all of these. There is much emotion that goes on in terms of how people divide themselves. And the system components and the cause and effect relationships are clearly uncertain. And I hear from a lot of folks this claim that small is sustainable and large is not. Well, I'm going to simply say to you, that's a very simplistic view. And that in fact, if it were really that easy, we would have solved it all already. But the truth of the matter is, it is not probably a matter of either or in regard to scale. It's about and both. So, the bottom line is that wicked problems are not solved, but managed. Wow, does that give us a lot of hope? How the heck do we manage the thing then? Which is what I've become more and more interested in. Well, we manage it by taking actions toward desired outcomes, and I think that means that you have to track 2 kinds of outcomes. You've got to track how you impact the system that you're trying to make sustainable. So have the system components moved in a better direction? But you've also got to care deeply about the process of the thing. Has there been responsiveness to the stakeholders? And why do the stakeholders matter? They matter because not only can they veto what you do, they can enable what you do. And so they've got to be there. And you must understand, because many of us think of stakeholders, what stakeholders do we really think about in terms of these wicked problems? Well, we think about the ones that will veto it. They're the evil ones, by the way. But in fact, these stakeholders are essential to enablement, not just being vetoed. So fundamentally, when we think about managing, we've got to think about performance in regard to both impacts and processes. And then we have this incredibly wicked question, which is, how does one really manage in an environment of a wicked problem? Well, I've had a very interesting experience. For over 6 years, I've served on the International Advisory Board of a Dutch innovation project called Transforum. And this innovation project was created as a private foundation. It was given 60 million euros, so this was not a trivial set of experiments. 50% came from the government and 50% came from the agricultural community. And it was given precisely and exactly a 6-year life. And this is how the Dutch do these things. And it's a very rational sort of approach to these things. But the notion is you take on a problem and, in the classic sense, you solve it and then you dissolve because the solution is then known to everybody. Well, guess what? There's a lot of controversy at the end of the Transforum experiment because after 6 years they did not solve the problem of ag sustainability. But I get ahead of myself. They were given a dramatically open goal. They were simply told, increase the sustainability of Dutch agriculture. Now, can you imagine being given 60 million euros with that as the goal? But it was precisely that open. And they, in essence, sponsored 3 types of projects then over their life. They had the 30 practice projects, the experiments in sustainability, and that's what I have done a meta-analysis over that I'm going to report on today. There were a set of scientific projects that were designed to provide some study of some of the critical problems that arose in the practice projects, and then there were a set of learning projects that were designed to create a new system of ag innovation in the Netherlands. Let me give you an example of one of these projects, because I think without an example, it's sort of a little strange what these things might be. Green Care Amsterdam, the concept was to use small urban farms that were located in the green belt around Amsterdam to deliver care, health care, to clients with anxiety and depression disorders. Rather novel use of an agricultural setting. And who were the potential people or constituent groups? There were the care institutions themselves. Now, can you imagine going to the head of a mental health hospital and being told that you're going to be replaced by farmers? Imagine the emotion that might be associated with that. The national healthcare organizations, because they were going to be asked to provide payments to farmers for delivering this care on the farm, okay? Knowledge institutions who were there to actually document that the care was effective at the farm level, all right? And then the farmers themselves formed a cooperative to professionalize their activities in regard to this, and then the insurance companies, and then the clients themselves. Well, this was one of the truly successful projects, and you're going to discover that the performance of these 30 projects varied dramatically. But if we go back to the 3P impacts, here's the way they knew it was successful. Number one, on the profit side, These urban farms were now more economically sustainable than they had been before because they now had a new stream of income. Planet-wise, the green belt around Amsterdam is now more sustainable because those small urban farms were rapidly disappearing and they needed that economic sustainability to help sustain the green belt around Amsterdam. And finally, people were affected in terms of the care clients who now themselves have more sustainable lives, let alone the farmers and their families that were better affected by this. Now notice how quantitative all of this performance information is I just gave you. Of course, I'm being facetious. This was, in fact, very qualitative in terms of trying to understand what the performance was. But again, back to the notion that sustainability is about trajectories. These are better trajectories across the 3 Ps rather than worse trajectories. Now, what you've got to understand is this is what they called a niche or small-scale project. Their projects across the 30 went from small niche experiments to very large mega experiments and sort of everything in between. So across these 30 projects, there was an incredible diversity of things, and I have one slide that will at least sort of intimate that, because I can't take the time to tell you, obviously, about all of the 30 projects. So, my task, I was on the International Advisory Board, and I actually volunteered to do this. And that was, they had done these 30 experiments. And every one of the individual experiments had cataloged their learning. But the question is, what could we learn from the 30 experiments as a group, instead of just thinking about the one-offs here? What was really common across these 30 experiments? So the first thing was to understand that Transforum selected and managed the projects based on these 5 motivating assumptions. And that is, sustainable development had to be thought of as a dynamic system property. And in practice, what that meant was you didn't spend 2 years debating what sustainability was. You would discover what sustainability was as you allowed the dynamic nature of the project to progress. Sustainable development needs system innovation. In other words, it is not enough to simply deal with the existing body of knowledge. You must create new knowledge in the project. And system innovation is a non-linear learning process. Everyone must learn as part of the project. Now, having said that, we would all say, well, but don't all projects learn? I would just simply ask you to think about projects you've been engaged in. How much learning happens in the heat of doing projects? Well, that's something that's important and we'll come back to. The fourth principle was system innovation requires active participation of all the relevant players. And that definition for them was representative knowledge institutes had to be in the room, governmental bodies, civil society organizations, and the business community. Those 4 key constituents had to be in every project. And finally, the program requires transdisciplinary collaboration of all of the relevant players. In other words, the 4 groups can't just go off in their own corner and meet every once in a while. They really have to get together and they have to create knowledge that really translates across the lines of these things. So those were the 5 principles by which they selected and executed the projects. And if you think about it, the first three are just a restatement of the definition that these are wicked problems. And the second two are really then about how to manage. You have to have multi-stakeholder engagement, but it can't be a trivial engagement. It has to be a true transdisciplinary engagement if it's going to be successful. And in essence, I brought a grounded theory approach to the research, and I started with this naive, relatively naive, initial hypothesis: a sustainable development project will achieve higher performance if its process effectively implements these 5 transform assumptions and fits the project's context. And that seemed to be a pretty reasonable place to start. And in terms of ground and the research method then, I'm looking at 30 projects as if they were cases. I used a set of 3 deeply knowledgeable jurors to look at each and every case. Okay, so I had 3 jurors. They were not all the same for all the cases. There were multiple jurors, okay, across the 30 cases, and I asked them to assess each project's level of performance, and I asked them to look at various explanatory variables to explain that performance. Then I clustered the projects into 4 performance quartiles. I observed the influence of the various explanatory attributes across the quartiles. I found that, in fact, there were some relatively powerful explanatory patterns. And then I revised the initial hypothesis, and it turns out that in addition to the 5 assumptions, or 5 principles, there are 2 very important mega strategies that are necessary to make those 5 principles actually work. All right. So, assessing the attribute. Each juror was independently given an online survey. They never conferred. I did all of the pulling of the information together. There were 14 attributes of performance, and these were simple Likert scales. 1 low performance, 5 high performance. There were 6 impact outcomes and 8 process outcomes, and I will show you those in just a moment as I begin to show the results. There were 76 explanatory variables. Now, any of you in the room that know about quantitative methods, I got a real problem here. Okay? Which is why this was all done as case analysis and assessment. There were 27 internal context attributes, 22 external, and 27 process attributes. And what I asked the raters, the jurors, to do was to tell me of these explanatory attributes on a scale of -3 to +3, passing through 0, how influential was this thing, this attribute, on the performance of the project. Okay? Now, it turns out that I also had to create another thing called, which now all of a sudden the acronym is completely out of my head. But when I pre-tested one of these, we did discover that on some of these attributes, the juror would say, but it was both +2 and -2, depending upon where you were in the project. And so we created a conflict one that rather than sort of average out that kind of thing, which would be 0 on average, I actually would say avoid the original scale and check the conflict index scale. Okay? Now, then I threw away a lot of data. Are you all nervous already about the methods? Well, understand, I was trying to do a lot with these very rich cases, and trying to figure an efficient way to do this. But to count as influential then, an attribute either had to receive a +3 or a +2 or a -2 or a -3. So -1s, 0s, and +1s were simply thrown away. Okay, you with me? Now, of course, I believed that when I saw the data, I would discover that half of my attributes could simply be thrown away because they were merely +1s, 0s, or -1s. Well, guess what turned out? Discovered the top attribute was influential in 28 of the 30 cases. The worst any attribute did was to be strongly influential in 3 of the 30 cases, and that's 10%, and you can decide whether I should keep it or not, but I was going to say, well, maybe that was important. And then the real clinker here was that of the 76 attributes, 45 were influential in half or more of the cases. So what this says is these are immensely complex environments. Exactly what we would have predicted in terms of wicked problems. Now, so let's begin to look at the outcomes, and I'm trying to do a lot on one slide. Here you have the 4 performance quartiles, and you will notice here were their average scores in terms of impacts, and I'll talk about the impacts mentioned. Here are the average scores in terms of process, and then here are the total performance scores and the ranges underneath. And in terms of the total score, the worst you could do was a 2 performance, because it was a 1 to 5 scale, and there were, in fact, 2 projects that by the raters got a 2 in terms of performance. And the best any project did was an 8.3, where the maximum might have been 10. So there was real variability to performance, okay?
Does this assessment take into account the displaced stakeholders? I'm thinking about this. It's another complex problem, but does it, or it doesn't?
Well, it does in the sense that what I asked them, for example, on the impact side is rate the performance of the project in terms of impacts on people, profit, and planet. Okay? In addition, I also had to determine, was the project merely a plan to do something, because some of the projects were merely plans, or were you really attempting to create investment in a new way of doing things, or did you actually harvest value from the thing in terms of the 3 Ps? So those were the performance attributes. And then in terms, and you can see 3.6 down to 1.5, that's again a scale of 1 to 5. Did anybody get over 4? No. So there were, even at the high end of this, there are issues about the performance measurement, and this is all qualitative, obviously, in terms of that. Then looking at the process outcomes, I said, look, did innovation happen? Simple question. Did action learning happen? Now, KING is their acronym for the 4 partners. Knowledge institutions, entrepreneurs, NGOs, and government engaged in innovation. That was their acronym for having the 4 partners together. Partners actually took ownership of the project. Collaboration actually happened. The project continued after Transforum withdrew. New knowledge was actually created, and transdisciplinary collaboration actually happened. So these were all outcome statements, all right? Not process statements. And then again, down here, you see we had a relatively good range of performance in terms of beginning to think about these explanatory variables. Okay. Now, let me talk about some project descriptors for you. And let's notice what I have at the top of the graph here. Number of projects, the percent of those projects that fell into the top 3 quartiles of performance, the percent that got into the highest quartile, and then the percent that got in the lowest quartile, the low performers. Now let's look at some descriptors. It turns out that across 6 years, they actually had a set of projects that were set up for them by a pre-board of directors that selected these projects pretty much without the 5 assumptions being in place. Then there was a set of 15 that came about when the 5 assumptions were sort of in their early phase, and then there were 8 projects after the assumptions had clearly been learned and validated in the earlier part of the work. So there was learning about the assumptions. Well, notice the success rate. Of the pre-assumption projects, 57% of them fell into the low quartile of performance. Whereas 80 and 43 then were in the higher quartiles, 80, 88 in the early assumptions, late assumptions, and there in terms of the top quartile, 1/3 of the early assumptions and about 1/4 of the late assumptions. Now, all qualitative information, but a fairly profound pattern about if you don't use those assumptions, those 5 principles, you tend to be on the wrong trajectory performance-wise. Now, in their vocabulary, they distinguished, and by the way, this is now only the 23 that evolved from the early and late assumptions. I've now thrown away the pre-cases, all right? They divvied them into what they called mainstream and niche. We would call these large scale and small scale in terms of how we would normally think of these kinds of projects. So there were 15 large-scale projects, 8 small-scale projects, and again, the Green Care Amsterdam was in that niche category, okay? Well, notice there wasn't, in fact, any real difference in the success rate between large-scale and small-scale projects. And yet we might have expected the small-scale to be more successful and balanced than the large scale. But an interesting finding. Also, what was interesting, and I found this out after I did follow-up interviewing with the jurors, that in fact, even though all of these were in sustainable agriculture, some of the projects were more wicked than others. Or some of the projects took a very tame piece out of the wicked problem rather than a more wicked piece. And again, there's an interesting tendency here. If it was a less wicked problem, it actually was less successful in terms of the utilization of the transform method. If you really have a tame problem, use tame problem management. Nothing wrong with that, because the extra architecture that goes into managing wicked problems isn't useful to you. Okay? So interesting tendency. And then the final set of things, there were agro-parks, there were chain coordination projects, there were regional coordination projects, There were a couple of projects about developing new supply chains. Then there were revenue innovations and cost innovations. And I truly have small problem numbers or small number problems here in terms of analysis. But there wasn't anything profound here to say that a particular type of innovation was more or less relevant in terms of their success in regard to this. All right. Now, trying to show you a lot of information at once. In the blue, the average percent of cases that were positively influenced by the various groups of variables, average percent of cases negatively influenced, and then I use a simple, 1 plus. If it's a blank, it means less than a quarter of the cases were influenced by these variables. If it was 1 plus or 1 minus, 25 to 49%, 50 to 74 for 2, and then for 3, 75 to 100. And there are some reasonably good patterns in this data that suggest, particularly, initiating conditions are very important in whether or not you're going to be successful or not successful in these projects. How you manage the projects tend to be relatively important. But what was a big surprise to me was that the external circumstances of the project were not particularly influential. And I would have, in essence, one of my hypotheses was a good project was good because it faced a particularly positive external environment, and a bad project was bad because it faced a particularly negative external environment. But that did not prove to be true in the analysis. Now, initiating conditions. And there were two kinds of initiating conditions. There were initiating conditions about the project itself. How was the project initiated, who initiated it, and why was it initiated? And then there were initiating conditions about the process. How intentionally was the process selected? How organically was the process allowed to unfold? And how was the process initially managed? Notice how influential initial conditions are. And what was really interesting about the low performance quartile is, well, again, I think the pattern's clear. I thought I was at a different place in my presentation. Forgive me. All right. Okay. Now, so initiating conditions are particularly important, and so I spent a lot of time talking to the project folks about how did they form these projects, because initiating conditions are so critical here. Well, it turns out that they really required that the projects propose themselves in ways that fit these 5 assumptions. That in fact they had to talk about how were they going to learn, how were they going to get everybody in the room, how were they going to transdisciplinarily collaborate with each other in terms of the project proposal itself. This tended to go through multiple reviews. So there was a give and take between the Transforum staff and the projects themselves to get these things ironed out. And then whatever agreement was reached, they in fact used that to then guide the projects as they progressed and matured. And I talked to enough of the people engaged that I come to the conclusion, and it's mine as the observer here, that the Kinsey partners being in the room and the 3P impacts would not have happened without this strategy in place. So initiating conditions, getting everybody in the room to begin with, is absolutely critical to management here. It's not that you can get a couple of the partners in the room and expect to bring the others in later. I don't think that works in these settings. And so, in addition to the 5 assumptions, I've now added this core strategy. All right. 3 sets of things here: project membership, potential for conflict, and external actors. Once again, some very strong differences between high performance quartiles and the low performance quartile. And one of the most interesting findings is who is not in the room matters. Now, it didn't matter at all, or yeah, it still mattered even in the high performance in some ways, but if you have the key actors in the room, you are more likely to be successful than not. But what tends to be clear is that if you haven't cared to get the key actors in the room, you will not be successful in terms of these projects. Now, the other thing I want to point out on this slide is these are wicked problems. You would have kind of expected to not see all those blank cells out there in terms of inherent value conflicts and inherent incentive conflicts. And so I asked the folks that were you all just nice together? Is that why this all worked? Well, again, what I discovered was this went back to this issue of initiating conditions. All of the key players had to be in the room to propose the project for Transforum to fund it. So if there were, in fact, deadly disagreements, that project proposal never got written in the first place. So there is a type of selection bias here that's very real in terms of how those initiating assumptions really were a screen about eliminating some of the most deadly things that would kill some of these projects. Well, here's the list that was really about how the projects managed innovation. How were the 3 Ps considered? How did they reconcile incentives? How did they work on translation in terms of finding a common language among the Kinsey partners? How did they try and meet the different incentives? The use of explicit, tacit knowledge, and then the strategies for experimenting in action, innovation, action learning, new knowledge, and transdisciplinary collaboration. And all of the pluses and minuses here are exactly as I hoped. But having found that, here was my remaining problem. But if absolutely every project used a different strategy to do all these things, I still didn't know anything. I can tell you all of these strategies are important, but I can't tell you if there's something common among the strategies. So I went looking with a whole series of interviews to find out if there was anything common here. Well, it turned out there was. And what it really comes down to then is a second core strategy. And that is there has to be process monitoring and reflection built into the projects. And in fact, what you discover is that when earlier projects, in terms of when they were selected with Transforum, were successful, a process monitor evolved naturally out of the group, but later in the life of Transforum, they required the appointment of a process monitor to the groups. And the process monitor was to safeguard the innovation trajectory of the group. They were to engage in soft interventions that kept questioning things. And as I talked to a number of these process monitors, what they told me was oftentimes their most important role was to assure that the elephant in the room got talked about. Because in most projects, and you've been in all these project groups, the elephant in the room never gets talked about. Because you're afraid of insulting one of these partners. You're worried about this very awkward alliance that's in the room, these passionate people. Well, the process monitor did not allow these groups to avoid these conversations. They would set them up, as a matter of fact. And what was very interesting is that one of the strategies that was used by the process monitors was reflection workshops. They could call a timeout in the process and say, next Thursday morning, you are all going to be in a room together and we're going to solve this thing. Or next Thursday morning, we're all going to get together and we're going to talk about what did we learn out of the last 6 months of this project work. And as I worked on these various interviews, I have also come to believe that reflection would not have been done without this strategy being in place. It turns out that reflection and learning are unnatural acts. Think about projects you've worked on. Do you reflect and do you learn? These are unnatural acts, and they take a special role within the group if they're going to be achieved. And that then is the second core strategy. So if I were to now tell you what the Transforum model really is, it has 3 components. It has those 5 motivating assumptions, it has this process formation and guidance strategy, and has this process monitoring and reflection strategy. And without the strategies, merely imposing the 5 principles wouldn't have worked, I believe. So it's the combination of the principles and these strategies that becomes critical to the success of these projects. And on the whole, I think what I learned was this was a pretty good use of 60 million euros. But I also want to tell you that the Dutch government just changed, and the new Dutch government is not happy with these outcomes. They wanted a solution to sustainability. They didn't want to learn that it was going to take 5 principles and 2 strategies across multiple years and multiple stakeholders to actually make progress on the thing. And for some of you in the room, that's why I start out by saying you may think now that the cure is worse than the disease. Because this is not an easy thing to do. And it does lead us to the fundamental question then of how generally might we apply these findings. Well, on the positive side of generalization, I think Transforum had a diverse portfolio of projects. So there were more and less wicked projects, and the more wicked projects were actually more successful under this model. There were mainstream and niche projects, so that there was little performance difference. Again, I think it says you can do it in large-scale environments, you can do it in small-scale environment. There were multiple types of innovation, and again, all of these things are very, very constrained by the fact that I have small numbers problems if you want to bring classic statistical reasoning to it. I also tend to think that most of these problems, and you will have to take my word on it, is every one of these 30 projects addressed something that was relevant to Michigan, or to anyone in the United States, or anyone in any other developed economy. But I also think that there are reasons to believe that in certain settings, a lot of the learning could be applied to agri-food economies in the developing world, but obviously applied in very different ways. Now, what do I think are the critical qualifications to generalization? First of all, remember I pointed that there were no extreme external conditions. Transforum never attempted to go into a place where sustainability had already become completely and totally politically polarized and tried to do a project there. I don't think this works if you truly have an extreme condition. And obviously all of these were agri-food settings. I also think there's the critical issue here that all of these projects had the carrot of the Transforum project money. And so you only got the money if you did the jig. Could you, in fact, have projects follow these rules if there weren't an external source of discipline to bring to it? And I will allow each of you in your own minds to come to a conclusion about that. And then the other thing I will observe is that in terms of real value creation through business propositions, there were relatively few of the projects that got all the way there. Green Care Amsterdam did. But I also want to share with you that one of the projects that didn't do so well, which was a later project, after they had seen the initial successes with Green Care Amsterdam, is they thought about bringing troubled teens to farms. Didn't work. Because all of a sudden, the farmer had to manage a whole set of psychological issues that the farmer was not prepared to deal with. And it became merely disruptive of the farming operation, whereas that didn't end up being the case with people who had anxiety and depression disorders. So even though you would have thought they were sort of parallel things, it turned out they weren't parallel things at all. As most parents would tell you, absolutely. Now, so here's my traveler's guide to managing sustainable development. This is what I learned. Number one, managing initiating conditions, if you're going to try and do something in this arena, is absolutely, positively essential. And you've got to spend a fair amount of time being sure that the right folks really are in the room. Second, and I didn't go through this part of the data today, but it turns out that you've also got to have good project management. Good old-fashioned project management. Now, it has to be a lot more flexible than our traditional view of project management, but if you don't actually try and set milestones and get things done, you will sit there and talk about it all the time, and you will never make progress. And again, I have data that supports that out of the cases, but I chose not to show that piece of it today. Third, you do have to fit your management practice here to the internal and external conditions. And although I don't think that was particularly strongly supported by these cases, there's enough evidence to say that I think that's still an important piece of doing this. You must practice multi-stakeholder engagement every day in every way. Okay? You don't talk to them at the beginning of the process, go off into your lab and come back with the answer later and engage them then. They must be engaged throughout the process if it's going to be successful. And you must have an explicit strategy for monitoring and reflection, because they are unnatural acts if you do not have that as part of the process. And finally, I absolutely believe that in terms of performance, you really do have to think about your impacts on the trajectory of the system, but you've also got to monitor the outcomes of the process, because if you don't do both, you will either end up with a solution that nobody wants, or you will end up with a gab fest where there's never any action. Okay? So you've got to have both. Now, so we're all here today talking about, so where are knowledge institutions in all of this? Well, first of all, be aware they were one, but only one, of the 4 Kinsey partners. Entrepreneurs and businesses matter. Non-governmental or societal organizations matter. Government matters. They've all got to be in the room, but they have to be treated, it seems to me, as peers. Transdisciplinary collaboration matters. And again, we are only one of the 4 in the room. We have no monopoly on being the deliverers of new knowledge. But we are given some historic preference in being knowledge creators, because they will tend to look at us and say, well, you guys know how to create the knowledge. Now, we'll tell you whether or not we think much of what you create, but you have some skill at this. But you've really got to accept the ENGs in the room as peers, because if you treat them in any other way, you will become irrelevant. Now, one of the last things I did with the Transform group is I brought 8 of these process monitors in for a focus group discussion of, folks, give me the do's and don'ts of process monitor. You guys did it. You all seem to be pretty successful. Half of them would legitimately be called scientists, faculty members by background, and the other half were not. And there was tremendous unanimity on this next list about using scientists in the process. And what they said is, don't let scientists be project leaders. They're terrible at it. Don't let scientists dominate the discussion, but they will if you let them. And don't be too explicitly theoretical when you're engaged in this. Now remember, half of these folks were scientists, and they all agreed to these, as well as the 4 who weren't. So that I think we have some real challenges, and challenges that go back, I think, to all of the roots that Larry talked about. And again, when we look at the world and think about all of the things that confront us, I don't know if this set of strategies I've talked about today say, by God, we can go do this, or you're now going to be even more discouraged than before. Because what I learned was wicked problems do have to be managed differently, and that management is, in fact, terribly complex, but likely to be the only way forward. Thank you.
So Sandra gave a great introduction, and I want to add some meat around the bones to her discussion now, talking about some daunting challenges in food security and the environment, and I want to talk about some broad concepts as well as get down to some nitty-gritty so we actually see what the problems are. And I renamed this talk, since I initially spoke with Sandra, on expanding the boundaries of agricultural development. How do we need to be thinking differently? What are the new areas we need to be thinking about to solve some of the really, really tough problems? And if we look today relative to, say, 25 years ago, when a lot of agricultural development programs were getting started at universities or were sort of in the stage of being further developed, or look 35 years ago, there's a lot of things that are really, really different today. You know, population, we have 2 billion more people on the planet, and that's going to continue to go up. Income per capita is going up very rapidly in some areas, stagnating in others. Higher meat consumption per capita, obviously much higher energy demand per capita. We have the establishment now of the biofuels industry. Even though 25 years ago we were toying around with this, now it's really an industry that is viable and has taken a sort of a global hold right now. Global capital flows. I'm going to talk about just what all this flow of money and assets means for our field right now. Obviously a huge expansion in global trade, much more controversy over future crop technologies. I think there was greater faith that these technologies were going to carry us through, and now it's the question, will they carry us through? And what about GMOs? Do we like them? Do we not? What about advanced genetics? All these issues are on the table. There's a much more scientific consensus now on climate change, and that's going to be a big issue for us. Obviously more pressure on water resources, much more of a focus, like Sandra said, on ecosystem services, which is a good thing. Much more focus on food. What are we eating? You know, a lot of foodie kind of conferences and a lot of focus, which I think is fantastic, and I think it provides us with a great platform right now. So anyway, we're really looking at a different world. And so the whole point that I want to make today is, in this very vastly changing world, how do we expand the boundaries of our thinking and deal with some of the real intractable problems? So again, what are the goals we're even looking at? You know, and the goals, I think, are to improve food security. So agriculture is not just about agriculture itself. It's about providing food. It's providing incomes and other ecosystem services. And so improving food security through improving rural incomes, crop productivity, natural resource and environmental management, having a greater focus on nutrition, and then improving the avenues for innovation, technology, institutions, and in farming systems. You know, how do we actually get a grasp on these? So these, to me, are the goals of where we are really trying to head. But when we look at the recent, experience on where we are in global food security, and I'm sorry, this would have been bigger if I had the full PowerPoint, but what we're looking at here is 2004 to 2006 in the first column, and then 2009. And the point that I'm making here, after the big food crisis and the economic collapse globally, we now have over 1 billion people in a chronically malnourished state. That's improved a little bit this past year. But I think reaching the billion mark again is sort of symbolic, just in the magnitude of the problem we're dealing with, and in the challenges it presents for how do we as a community get at this. I think that we've been working hard at it, but we haven't really been as successful as we would have liked. And we focus a lot on sub-Saharan Africa, but it's important to note Asia has the most malnourished people. So I decided to take this theme of expanding the boundaries because we're expanding the boundaries of this whole realm of what we're dealing with now. And that was the first slide I showed you. You know, we're dealing with a new set of issues here. But we also need to be expanding the boundaries of our thinking and our knowledge and how we train our students. And so that's the theme I want to take today. And I've got 5 topics. I'm going to talk about 3 of them in somewhat in depth and just really touch on 2 of them. But if I thought about the first one, it's expanding now all these linkages, new linkages in agricultural development. We now have a new set of energy agriculture linkages, finance agriculture linkages that are real, that are changing what we see and how markets operate today. And in my view, to put my bottom line up front, we need much greater focus in our field on macroeconomics. Many of our students aren't even trained in macroeconomics in many of the programs. And without understanding some of the macroeconomic dimensions of this, I think we're going to fall short in being able to handle some of these problems. And so let me just go through a few slides. What I have on this slide is real commodity prices. This is a slide many of you have seen. I'm translating for the people in the back of the room, because I'm sure it's hard to see. But going from 1970 to 2010 here. And it's for red is rice, green is wheat, blue is maize, and the black one here is petroleum. And I think what you'll see, a couple of things to pick up from this slide is that for a long time we had real declining prices of these commodities. And then more recently, those trends have gone up. And there's a big debate as to whether we're going to continue to have real price declines in the future, or are we seeing a transition towards real price increases? That's going to have a major impact on how poor people actually can afford food. But the other thing you'll notice just from the slide, lots of variability. So the variability around those trends is terribly important for poor people and their access to food. And then we have these major price spikes. We had a major one in 72, 73, and then more recently. How does the policy community actually deal with price spikes, and why are they important, and what does it mean? Because they have a real impact, particularly if you're spending 70% of your household budget on food and you have these price spikes. Obviously, the agriculture and energy linkages in this recent period are very tight, and I'm going to talk about that a little bit more and why now is. When the biofuels thing started, I have to admit, as an agricultural economist, the agriculture and food world is so big and complicated on its own. And then to say, now you got to learn all about the energy markets is really daunting. I mean, the energy markets are hugely complicated. But here we have it, because even if we think that biofuels is not as big of an issue as it was in 2007, 2008, it's still increasing here in the United States. 35% of our corn crop is going to ethanol right now. And this is the red line that you just see there. A lot of it is driven off our mandates and policies. As many of you know, we just increased the mandate for blending from E10 to E15, which is going to be phased in for the next few years, which sort of opens up a bottleneck that we had on our use, on our demand side. But mandates are driven also by, subsidies for blenders, subsidies for corn producers, obviously, and a number of trade, tariff protection, ad valorem taxes, and so forth. So the policy set is driving this as well, not just in the United States, but throughout the world. Places like the Philippines down here has mandates on its renewable fuels, China, and so forth. So in China, if you think about, one of the SUVs sitting in the line there, a lot of people refer to the comparison that to fill up one tank in your SUV of corn-based ethanol takes enough corn to feed a person for a whole year in a place like sub-Saharan Africa. And so that food-feed trade-off, I think, is really important, but it is driving a very tight linkage. And this is just the correlations between, we've always had very tight correlations between crude and gasoline. I'm comparing 1988 to 2005 and then 2006 to 2009. Crude gasoline's always been correlated about 0.9, very tightly coupled. But in the past, the petroleum and corn prices have not been really coupled at all. And in this recent period, the correlation is 0.8. And so now we're seeing petroleum setting a reference price for biofuel use and so forth, and we're seeing these fields moving together in very, very important ways. So I think we really do need to expand the boundaries of thinking of energy markets. And it's not just energy markets. This is, it's hard for you to see from the back, but this is a correlation matrix from a recent paper I wrote with Wally Falcon that's coming out later this year, looking at this whole set of macro prices. And it's essentially looking at the correlations between wheat, maize, petroleum, and then exchange rates. Either you use the US dollar to euro, or the NEAR, which is trade-weighted exchange rate. And you see very, very high correlations among all of these variables. And so the question is it energy prices driving maize prices? Is it the real exchange rate? Because as we've had depreciation of our exchange rate, anything denominated in US dollars is going to increase in price. And so did we see that spike because our economy was, in such a state that we were having a depreciating exchange rate, or because of the energy issue? How are those two things linked? So it's a much more complicated situation right now. And on the exchange rate issue, for example, there is so much international asset flows going on. I mean, 2 weeks ago, one of our friends who runs a hedge fund said $4 trillion in foreign exchange currency was traded in one day. I mean, this is huge movements of currency around the world. And so it really does actually impact the prices that we see on the international markets. And it makes a difference. I have the role of exchange rates here, where I track the US corn denominated in US dollars, and you can see during this depreciating period for the US dollar, corn prices were going up. They were also going up because of energy demand and a whole host of other demands, and then some supply issues. But then after the economic crash, both the demand side went down and the dollar actually started appreciating against the euro, and you saw this coming down. Well, when you look in other countries, so I've got Guatemala maize and Kenya maize here, essentially after the economic collapse, their prices didn't go down just in the sheer, denomination in US dollar, because they were appreciating during, relative to the dollar at this time. And so before you even get into policies, the exchange rates do make a difference in terms of what prices countries see.
So the corn price has really gone up recently.
Yes.
So is that unusual with regard to this pattern? Are we going into something unusual?
I think I'd like to take that up later. I mean, this is related to a number of expectations, but you're right on track with this. This question this point that I'm about to make is these agricultural finance linkages. When we thought about the 2008 bubble, a lot of people blamed hedge funds or speculative traders and so forth. Actually, a lot of the futures trading was done by the commercial traders, that normally trade in futures to stabilize prices. But there was a lot of flurries of speculative activity and a lot of expectations that were built into this market that I think really accentuated that bubble. And expectations, whether they're right expectations or wrong expectations, may be more important than structural features in terms of driving things. So now that we have these actors in here, this is important. To get to your point about the corn price now, the USDA had announced a certain stock level that we had in corn, which was overestimated, and the stock level is coming out to be much lower than that, as is some of the production. And so there was an expectation on a price that now the expectations are all readjusting. And it's going to be interesting to see whether that turns into a big bubble, whether it stays high or not. So we're still in the wait to see mode. But from my perspective, if we're talking about the goal of food security, it's like this is an issue and it's changing everything in the world, but how does it actually get down to the things we care about, which is or that I care about in this talk, which is food security for the poor? Does it translate down into these markets? And how do we know? I think in the last bubble there was a lot of talk of, well, high prices help net producers and hurt net consumers. And that's all we could really say. And actually, when you look at the data, most data is just by average across countries, and so it's really hard to see what's happening in the country. So we've taken the LSMS, the Living Standard Measurement Survey from the World Bank, and started getting down to the bottom decile or quintile of people. What are they buying and selling and so forth, and what difference does it make? And you have to get down to that level to be able to actually see. So I'm just going to tell you some of and I'll just read this quickly, some of the results from this analysis of looking down at the poor and how might they be affected. And some of the surprising things we found was that net producers actually largely fall into the extremely poor groups. They tend to be poorer than net consumers, and they have less diversified income. And so it's interesting that net producers are in that low-income group, and that many in those low-income groups are net calorie deficit, about 10 to 20%. They're actually selling off their grain. They're sometimes buying more expensive food like sugar and meat and fish, that does give them a hedge to go back to their own crops during a price spike. But they do tend to be diversified. They're selling at least 4 crops and sometimes many more. So there's the diversification aspect is an important aspect for resilience here. But our conclusion is this generalization that high prices help producers and hurt consumers is true, but unhelpful in many of these places like sub-Saharan Africa, where so many people are kind of working at this very thin margin and are not clearly in any camp. And so sorting this question out, actually MSU has done some great work on this. Duncan Bowden is somewhere in the audience, and Tom Jane and others, and in their surveys in Africa, 1 to 4% of maize farmers are actually accounting for 50% or more of the market. They're helped when prices go high. They're helped when you have stable prices. But the vast majority, 50, 70%, are in this consumption range or tradely thinning where they can really be hurt by price spikes. And so it's interesting to see how we can go from macro all the way down to the micro. And I think that's where we need to expand our thinking. That's sort of my first point here. So the second expansion of boundaries is on climate change. I mean, we are entering a completely different world. This was also in the 2008 bubble. Australia suffered a major drought, and this was adding to some of the price pressures at that time. And most people think about drought as the big problem in climate change. They're not necessarily thinking about heat. And actually, precipitation and rainfall is much more controversial in the climate models. There's much less agreement among models as to what is actually going to happen to precipitation. So there's much more agreement on what's going to happen to heat. It is going to get warmer, and I'm going to focus on heat in these comments. And so when we look at global climate change, the question is, are we going out of bounds? Are we entering a new world? And this is, we don't have to look way into the future to get kind of a sense of what's happening here. This is the Russian heat wave this summer in the wheat growing areas of Russia where they had the heat and the fires and so forth. And I work a lot with David Battisti at the University of Washington, and he did this graph for me, which essentially is looking at, take the past 100 years from 1900 to 2006, and what has been happening in terms of the mean growing season temperature here around 0. And there's been cold years, there's been warm years during that 100 years. And the warmest years have gone up to about 2.7 degrees Celsius above normal. Well, what we saw this summer is almost 5 degrees Celsius above that mean. And so we're way out of bounds in terms of this. And as we know, Russia banned its wheat exports for actually over a year, and it's threw a lot of the markets into somewhat of turmoil here. And so a lot of analyses of this says, okay, if we're looking at the future, if we think about a temperature distribution where you, in the past 100 years, where you had some mean temperature here, you had some cold years, you had some warm years, when you look at the next 100 years, the end of the next century, is in fact the hottest years we see now, or that we've seen in the past 100 years, is that going to be, in fact, the mean that we see in the future? And that's a pretty daunting question to ask. And if you just look at the projections of the Russian situation, the exact same growing season area that we've talked about, in fact, the mean is right around where that huge anomaly was in the future, and so that will be the mean. Now, it's important to note the tails, because some of these models, this is taking 23 models from the IPCC and taking all the results, so you're getting the range of uncertainty that all the models see and the range of projections, okay? And uncertainty should be the prime word here as we're talking about these kind of wicked problems. But some of the tails take you up to 10 degrees Celsius above where we have been in the past 100 years. So this is a really extreme situation. And this is the situation that I've shown. And of course, for agriculture, it makes a difference because you have temperature stress on the physiological process of the crop. You have temperature-related moisture stress. You're losing some of the crop genetic diversity that you want to save for future breeding. And so the question is this accurate, or in the future, in fact, is the distribution going to be completely out of bounds of what we have seen in the past 100 years. And you can do this for different regions. And this is our projections for the Sahel area, which is just completely out of bounds. Okay, the coldest year in the future is going to be still warmer than any of the warmest that they've seen in the past. And we published this in Science about a year ago. You can go into any country, actually in Africa, and get virtually the same exact shape and result of this. And so really we are going out of bounds. And if you think about this sort of situation, think of the color orange and red. That means that almost with 100% certainty, because you're taking all the uncertainty of all of the different models that are projecting here. Okay, it's not just one model in one location, it's all of the scientific information we have. So think about red and orange being close to 100% certainty. Even by the middle of the century, we're going to have pockets, particularly in the tropics and subtropics, that are almost certainly already going to be out of range of what we've seen in the past 100 years. And these are based on the climate models. When you look to the end of the century, it's just a completely different sphere. Okay, so again, out of bounds, and how are we as a community going to try to prepare for both the uncertainty and the likely outcomes of this? And so there is a lot of attention on the adaptation field, and because this is small, I'll give you the keynotes here, that there's two camps on how we think about adaptation. And if you look at the climate change community and the IPCC, they're looking at adaptation as adapting to a projected or expected change that we see based on all the scientific information. So if you see those really hot years in the crop growing season, how are we going to adjust by choosing new crops, by breeding for heat tolerance, for alleviating water stress and so forth. The World Bank, on the other hand, is saying, let's just increase the resilience of these systems by investing in sort of the welfare of farmers like we've always been doing. You know, if we invest in fertilizers, invest in good seed markets and seed technology, get markets going and so forth, they are going to be more resilient and are going to be able to deal with this. So it's sort of taking the existing development model and saying that's going to provide the resilience, not that we should divert any money from what we're doing now and put it into new breeding efforts or something like that. So this is a big controversy. And how are we actually, we got scarce resources, so how are we actually going to solve this? And so, I mean, one observation I would have is that despite the kind of efforts we've had in investing in agricultural systems and people, it hasn't been overwhelmingly successful by the data I showed before. And so really the attention level and focus has got to be changed. You know, there's a lot of adaptation ideas of, this is breeding for drought stress, which has been done in Mexico and particularly in Kenya through SMEP. But can we, invest in heat tolerant stress? How do we think about preserving genetic diversity so we have seeds that can be used for breeding in the future? People say agriculture is going to move to temperate areas. Well, it doesn't just move, it moves through a lot of breeding efforts. Do we have the genetic material we need that is going to infer that kind of heat tolerance? And so efforts to collect land races, crop wild relatives, and so forth. And then there's also technological solutions, which I'm going to get to in a minute. So what is the range of adaptation? And I think I'll just conclude this section with saying, we got a world with scarce resources. So I think when we're looking at the projections of all the scientific knowledge that's out there just on one aspect, which is heat, these marginal kind of changes are not going to be sufficient. And this is just a cartoon, really, showing the probability of expected returns to adaptation. If we're thinking, well, maybe we won't have that many returns because we don't really know with 100% certainty that everything is right, so let's not invest in this, as opposed to just huge returns that we would have foregone if we had, invested. So I think we need to, as a community, have this discussion and figure out what are we willing to spend. It's going to be costly, okay? So, and there's going to be trade-offs. So where do we want to go with this? So the third area, and this is the last one I'll develop fully, is expanding the physical boundaries of agriculture. This is in Brazil, where soybeans are encroaching on the forests. And I want to just raise, we've had issues for quite a long time of cattle going into forests and livestock and so forth. And there's really good papers and really good discussion we can have on trying to move towards less land-intensive meat options. Chickens, poultry, other things besides cattle. It has to be in the rainforest, for example. But I'm going to deal with a more important point, which is, are we running out of steam with our cultivars? You know, for the past 40 years or so, the mantra has been intensification, we'll save land for nature, we get, you know, virtually all of our production gains off of yields, and we don't have to move into area. And is that true, or are we starting to see some fundamental change? Are we running out of the ability to actually do that? And I always show my students the pile of grain picture, which is just, this is grain production going from 1960 to 2009, and as all of you know, we've had 2 to 3-fold increase in grain production. This is area. It's virtually not been changing very much. And you have in the dark line production and yields here in the dotted line. And it's been tracking almost over 90% of the production gains has been from yields. But in this last period, you're starting to see a gap coming in here. And this is just for grains. But is this gap serious, or is this just like going to go like this, or can we close the gap, or is it serious? So I want to focus on what we have seen with area expansion and yield. The World Bank, I don't know if you've seen this report they had on land grabs and land expansion recently. It's a pretty interesting report, but they're looking at how much since 1990 to 2007 has been gained in production from yield versus area. In sub-Saharan Africa, majority is coming from area. South America, mostly yields, but some from area. Southeast Asia, you have a pretty big area component here. And then the others, East Asia is losing area, population density. South America is almost all yields. And so how do we actually interpret these kind of trends? When we look, for example, of soybean expansion, there you can get more area by substituting, crops, growing soybeans now in areas that used to be something else. And, or you can go into what we call the Ricardian margin, starting to expand into other areas. And this would be how I would sort of explain the soybean expansion in Brazil, going up into the Amazon, into Mato Grosso now, which is the picture on the right-hand side. And it's really interesting to actually start disentangling area from yield. US soybeans from 80 to 94, actually area declined, and it was all due to yields. But 1995 to 2009, 44% of the increase was due to area. This was some crop substitution. It was pretty low production growth, actually, only about 0.4% per annum. In Brazil, though, 1986 to 94, 29% due to area. 1995 to 2009, 81% due to area. And they have a very high growth rate of 3.1% per year on soy. I mean, they're taking over the soy markets. And so are we now transforming this intensification to an intensification model? Indonesia is the other major country that's going through this, particularly with its oil palm, which is a cooking oil as well as potential commercial biofuel. And the soy is obviously a livestock feed, but also potential biodiesel. And they have been transforming their rainforests at a very rapid rate. This is oil palm here in a native forest, a mature oil palm. And at great expense to their ecosystems and species like orangutans or the sort of capstone species that keeps getting focused on. They have a nursery for these little orphan orangutans that are just getting straight. So it's really having a large impact. And when you look at palm oil growth, how much is achieved via area expansion, for the world, 1995 to 2009, 68% of it is coming from area. In Africa, World Bank just took money out of Nigeria where they invested in oil palm a lot. 86% is coming from area. But most of the production of this is in Asia. Indonesia is the largest producer after Malaysia, accounting for a vast majority of production. And here it was 99% out of area, and now 92% out of area. And so some of these major oilseed crops, I mean, it's becoming a very important deal in terms of the expansion. So this ecosystem service versus food versus fuel, these are all major issues. Now, Indonesia has some other issues going on here. And this is a picture of clearing in the area of West Papua, a lot of companies are getting concessions to grow oil palm now, and for hundreds of thousands of hectares. And they're deforesting, and they're getting the timber revenue, which is actually illegal timber revenue, and never planting. So is this a timber issue, or, you know, it's a complicated issue. It's not all that clear cut. And they're getting concessions to grow in places like this that really aren't good for agriculture. Actually, this is terrible for oil palm, because oil palm can grow almost anywhere, but not really in wet locations. So there's profits to be made, there's corruption, there's a political economy story here, there's forestry. If we go into the wicked mode, we're getting there quickly with oil palm in Indonesia. And while I was there in August in West Papua, a new project was announced, the Feed the World project in West Papua. This is the location of it. Not exactly set up to feed the world. 5 major companies, 5 of the largest companies in Indonesia, all of which have large oil palm interests, are behind this. They got 1.6 million hectares to develop all sorts of kinds of food. This is not the right location. There's no labor, there's no infrastructure. You know, my expectation is, looking 3 or 4 years from now, lots of deforestation and hardly any food being grown there is what I would expect. Now, these kind of land speculation, land grab kind of ideas are happening at the domestic level. In some cases, and I just really want to make a note on oil palm, that where oil palm is being produced, a lot of smallholders are also in that game. They're getting a lot of returns. It is a development mechanism in a lot of cases, so it's a complicated issue. But the land grab thing is more complicated, and this report by the World Bank, you know, just really highlights this now. In the past year, 2008 to 2009, 42 million hectares were bought up in developing countries. If you look at the previous decade prior to that, the average was about 4 million hectares per year, so it's a 10-fold increase. And why is this happening? I mean, the returns to financial assets in that asset market I was talking about a minute ago, there's really hard to make returns, and you see a lot of companies and a lot of countries going into land now. Land is returning a high value, and so countries like China or Saudi Arabia is trying to secure future food, but companies, and I have talked to a few different hedge funds managers who actually, the asset management companies are going into this now too, buying up land with the intention of selling it fairly quickly. And there was one, for example, that I know fairly well, going into Paraguay and Zimbabwe, of all places, anywhere where land titles are not that clear. Okay, so this is the main theme I'm trying to set up now, is a focus on land titles, land institutions. What do we know? This is all, 75% of these land sales are in sub-Saharan Africa, where land titles are really murky. Indonesia, all those land titles are very murky. Same with Brazil. Land titling is very, very murky. And so the hedge fund we were talking to, is going in, they're expecting to sell out in 3 to 6 months to Soros, who's going to put it on the commercial stock exchange, to the Chicago Stock Exchange. So actually, I ran into somebody, this is embarrassing to say, from the Stanford Endowment in the drugstore a couple of weeks ago, and he said, Raz, I need to talk to you, because I was just in Brazil. You know, I said, what were you doing in Brazil? Well, we're looking at buying land. And I said, for what? And he said, for the endowment. I said, no, you're not allowed to do that. You know, does not sound sustainable. He goes, well, I want to talk to you about that. I think it is sustainable, and it's the right people, and the local communities are involved. And so now link the beginning part of my talk with where we're heading. This is going to be really interesting to see where this goes, I think. And it's really expanding the boundaries. This is a chart from that area, and I'll just summarize to say that in some countries like Rwanda and Malawi, most of the arable land is used for agriculture. But in places like Zimbabwe, well, Sudan, Zambia, Mozambique, Madagascar, you guys have projects in some of these areas, you know, 25% or less of the available land is actually used for agriculture now. So it's a right place to buy up. And I know Tom, Jane, and Duncan and others are worried about this issue to some extent. In Latin America, same thing when you go down to the bottom. Brazil, they say, you know, 60% of the land area. They've got a big rainforest they could use if they wanted to. So this is a big trade-off. Argentina is at about 50%, Uruguay at about 20% of available land areas used for agriculture so far. So a lot of potential investments in these areas. And so is this a pathway out of poverty? I mean, actually, when you look at the results of these land deals and land speculation, how much has it benefited? This is people growing jatropha, so forth. The returns have been much less than expected. So I'm just going to now touch on 2 points really quickly, and then I'll end. The fourth boundary issue is on this boundary of innovation. How do we get at this issue of persistent poverty? It's probably not through these land speculation deals, but how do we think differently? I mean, we've been thinking about this as a community for quite some time, and should we be thinking fundamentally differently? Now, especially with all the Gates funding that's involved and so forth, there is an opportunity to think through this now. And I want to just mention 2 things. Expanding into thinking much more about diversification of the crop base. I think after the Green Revolution, we did focus a lot on rice, wheat, corn. You know, these are crops that have been enormously successful in some areas. But in those areas where it's really intractable poverty, those crops yield really little yields. There's no fertilizer there, mostly because people can't afford it and they don't have access to it. There's 90% or more is rain-fed. And so these are tough areas. And so what can focus more on crop diversification? How do we get that? What does it do for you? I mean, there's certainly a nutritional aspect to this. And nutrition's got to expand into the micronutrients and other things as well. I personally don't think all micronutrient work should be done through biofortification of sort of breeding crops to have more zinc or so forth. Why not just grow more crops that are zinc intensive and get some of the other benefits? Also, the elastic demand in markets, and I'm going to talk about this actually in the afternoon breakout session. But these have much more elastic demand, much more robust demand when you bring them to market. Obviously improve soil fertility. Pest pathogen, that's striga on the right. And striga tends to be much less of a problem when you have a more diverse system than just maize or just cowpeas or whatever. And for climate, what is going to be more resilient? What crops are going to be more resilient to climate? And so this is the afternoon session. I'm putting a plug to come have a discussion with me. This is one technology that we've been really working on, is using the sun, which is going to be very intensive, to be able to get the pull on some very widely distributed water systems to irrigate high-value crops in a more large cooperative system. And we've found huge success, and I want to tell you about that technology innovation. But I think, and have a discussion of how difficult some of the dimensions are, but the points I want to make are that poor people maybe don't want just poor crops, and poor people maybe don't want just really poor technology that breaks down right away. And markets are functioning different with cell phone and so forth. So how do we take advantage of this in the future? And the last little expansion, I want to think kind of broadly, like get out of the bounds that we're in. The boundaries between nutrition and infectious disease. Gates has this huge program on infectious disease and disease more generally, and then this has a huge agricultural program. Those 2 programs do not talk to each other at all. And you see this in governments, you see this all over the place. And this is a picture of North Korea, and we're developing a study to actually just look at when you can take a really good example of this was the famine in 1990s caused by the Soviet separation from North Korea, the obviously very close government there, poor land management and huge floods, and they just had a massive drought. I know you guys all, a massive famine, and I know all of you know about this, but 1992 the government announced, let's have 2 meals a day program, and that had huge serious effect for a whole cohort of people. And now you can take that cohort of people and say, how have they fared with their resistance to disease? It's actually kind of a unique study, but it's just one example. And when you look at North Korea, they have a population of 20, and would take infectious tuberculosis. 24 million people in the country, 8 to 10 have latent TB in this country. And the rates of acquiring active TB and then spreading it are very rapid, mostly resistant strains of TB, drug-resistant strains. So it's a massive problem. 10% resurgence in recovered patients, and each patient, infects 20 people. So this is a huge problem because they're all, a lot of drug-resistant strains. And the big issue is, will this jump into China? And with a lot of drug-resistant strains of tuberculosis, just have this big global effect. And so we're looking at TB as one. AIDS, you can think of the same thing. If you're malnourished, can you actually deal with the drug interventions that are available to you? What is your vulnerability? I mean, the basic point is that your immune system shuts down or is highly suppressed during periods of malnutrition. So making those links. So I'll end with just trying to get us to think bigger. And I've talked about macroeconomics. For me right now, I will learn more about what's happening in agricultural markets by calling a hedge fund trader or an energy analyst than talking to a number of people in my field. I mean, these guys are on all the prices, all the movements. They have all this data I don't even have access to at the sort of global international scale. And they want information from us, people that are more on the ground. So, but I always tell my students, when you go to the field and you start doing policy advising, which is what I'm really interested in, it's going to be much more effective to talk to the finance minister than to talk to the agricultural minister in almost all cases in terms of getting something done. So I want to put that on the scale of moving into, obviously, taking on climate change, figuring out which path of adaptation is good or likely. Land institutions, there's a whole history of land institution studies and so forth. Wisconsin has had a very good reputation in this, but I don't think it's current to the political economy issues that are out there right now. And I think we really need to rejuvenate that field. That's probably going to call for expertise from sociology, legal expertise, a lot of different fields, and a lot of different people who are actually on the ground dealing with this. Thinking about new innovations and health. So I'll just conclude with 4 points. These are all really tough problems. Sandra might think they're tame. No, they're obviously not exactly in the tame range, and most analysts and institutions lack the ability to deal with these complex, very multidimensional, multidisciplinary kinds of problems. And when I think about interdisciplinary versus multidisciplinary, we have a PhD program at Stanford training students in interdisciplinary training in environment and resources. And I would say I'm a little bit frustrated with that program. I mean, we get unbelievably good students. We take 5 out of an applicant pool of 150 every year from all over the world. They're great students. But it's really hard as PhD training to get them. They get a lot of breadth, but how do they get the depth that they really need to solve some of these problems? And this is really challenging. Like, I look at some of the MSU programs you're running students through on a very depth kind of oriented track in agricultural development, and they may not have all this other stuff I'm talking about, but they've got the tools on the ground. So somehow bridging these, and my view on this is that some people are really good at the interdisciplinary, have the training. Sometimes they come in with a master's in one thing and go into PhD in another, and can be leaders in that. Not everybody should be interdisciplinary. Maybe some people with that kind of glue, and then other people who are more disciplinary focused, willing to join these kind of multidisciplinary teams, I think and who are really interested in doing that, but maintaining their expertise in the process, I think is really important. Obviously, as we expand this realm and expand the boundaries, we're definitely getting increased relevance, but are we losing focus in the process? And so Sandra mentioned the objectives and how we balance the objectives, and I think this is really hard. I mean, I love win-win solutions, but and you can find a lot of them at kind of local and regional scales. When you get into the policy domain, I think it's really hard to get win-win solutions. There's almost always some big trade-off that you have to deal with, and then you are going to have to prioritize ecosystem services versus the development of these smallholder oil palm producers or whatever, so it's a tough issue. And then the final one is, I think the urgency really remains on solving and getting at this problem. So it's not one we have the leisure to figure out in the next couple of decades. I mean, I really think we need to change things now and to feed the world and do so in a more sustainable way. It's a good time. People are really focused on food right now. I mean, to have a food conference, hundreds of people from the community and so forth will show up. I've been to all these different, some are interested just, can I buy my food from the local market, which is a great goal because it's supporting local farmers and so forth. And then some are really, well, they start learning about other things. I think the focus on food now is the right time to really get this on a policy agenda. But my view, and Sandra mentioned it too, is how to bridge academics, NGOs, private sector, public sector in our efforts here. I'll give you one quick example. In the rainforest issue in Brazil, Cargill is the main purchaser and shipper of the soybeans there. but they have now, for public appearance reasons and their own philosophy, have worked with TNC, Nature Conservancy, to just buy certified soybeans on land that's not expanding, that's obeying the legal boundaries of how much rainforest has to be left and so forth. And so you see, you know, if you're going to set up environment versus corporations, for example, we're sunk, you know, because we're going to need the corporations in these kind of in these kind of cooperative deals where they're seeing the benefit of this as well. So I will leave it with there, and we'll have more time. Sorry about the hold up in the beginning, but we can have the discussion later. Just to give you a little background while this is warming up, I'm actually an economist by training, and all of my degrees are in economics. My undergraduate was also in environmental studies. And when I was finished my PhD and was working in economic development, we started at Stanford a new sort of interdisciplinary effort on the environment. And as a side thing with my postdoc, I was also earning additional money to help with this initiative and you know, finding out what's going on around Stanford. And anyway, the long and short is I plugged my research into our overall interdisciplinary effort and had the opportunity then to start working with biologists, you know, ecologists, climate scientists, sociologists, law people, you know, all sorts of people. And so my research has, even though it's rooted in economics, it's really taken on a very interdisciplinary bent. This project, the Solar Market Gardens, I just thought I'd throw it out there as a project in a really difficult location. As I mentioned, we've been really struggling with the issue of persistent poverty in the bottom decile of the population. And it actually came about with a postdoc. She had been trained in physics at Stanford, which is one of the hardest PhDs. But then she wanted to apply her physics to the social good. Went over to Benin, worked for the Solar Electric Light Fund, and designed these solar-based systems that I'm going to talk about. But then came to me and said, I think we need an evaluation of these systems. They look great, you know, and they have a lot of promise, but are they really working? And so I brought her into my group, and we've done the evaluation of these systems, and that's what I'm going to talk a little bit about today. And so it's phenomenal to me. It's all Jen Burney's brilliance behind the scene here, and she's at San Diego right now, but she is trained in physics, but really understood the concepts of economic development enough to implement surveys, actually get all the materials into Benin, do all this difficult stuff that's involved with these kind of projects. So, so I'm going to talk about the Solar Market Gardens, and you know, the fundamental premise to this is that the world's poor are rural and agricultural dependent. When you look around the world, you know, if you can have a pro-poor strategy, particularly in people in rural areas, it's very important for poverty alleviation. You've seen this in China, Indonesia. In Africa, either you have the push or pull from agriculture, and you've had more push out of agriculture than pull, I would say, in urban areas. But to just give you a sense, you know, what does the year look like for these people here? There's one rainy season in this area of northern Benin. So Benin, you know, if you, it's sitting there near Nigeria and so on. It's about June till October, and they grow a variety of crops: groundnut, cowpea, sorghum, millet, maize, rice, and wheat in the region as a whole. But in this particular area I'm going to talk about, it's predominantly yams that they're growing. Then you have this sort of 8-month dry season. It's all rain-fed, and it can be exceptionally poor, you know, some livestock and so forth that they're depending on and carrying over stocks. And so I'm focusing on this West Africa yam culture, and in the area, so this is the yams for those of you who've spent time in West Africa. And the kids mostly look like this at the early age because they're not getting the protein source at that early age. And so you have phenomenal sort of malnutrition, but you also have the, I can never pronounce it right, Kariosha syndrome, where you have the lack of protein in the diet. Their median income is less than $1 a day. It's somewhat meaningless. They're not very well integrated into the economy. About 60 to 70% of what income they have is spent on food. And over a third of the children are malnourished, especially in this dry season. And so it's an area that yam culture has not been fully taking care of sort of the nutrition aspects. So if we think about setting up the problem, I might sit down so I'm not in anybody's way here. You know, these are areas where you have a very low productivity, rain-fed, stable system. And you can apply these to a number of areas in Africa, I would think. And, you know, overall potential calorie and income deficiencies really lead to a very strong seasonal component of malnutrition and income. And so during that 8 months, as that 8 months builds, you see increasing malnutrition occurring. And there's often a need when the crop does come in to sell that crop in the market right away to get the income for the rest of the expenses that are needed for food and other needs. And so you have all this food coming in. It's very, what we'd say, price inelastic. It's all coming in the market at the same time. And the price tends to slump when all this stuff comes in. It's not well-diversified markets going far distances or into urban areas. And so this whole cycle that you have with very low productivity, the need to get the crops in the market, the price slump that you get, and so forth, just lends to this sort of cycle of chronic poverty and what we would call the sort of persistence poverty sort of trap that you get in. And so what we're focusing on this project is how do you actually get more high-value crops that have more price elasticity at the time of sales, and that might have other benefits, such as nutritional benefits. And what happens when you get those? Is there a market for them? These are all complicated issues. So as I said, this is a project that we have with the Solar Electric Light Fund and ICRASAT up in Niger and Niamey. And they're doing the crop work, you know, on these solar market gardens. And then we're doing the evaluation. So essentially, in looking at trying to get irrigation into this system, when you look around sub-Saharan Africa or the Sudan, the Sahel region, you know, only about 35% of the irrigated potential is actually taken advantage of. There's lots of distributed water sources around. People think it's all dry, but if you can, the problem is usually how do you get the lift from the groundwater or the lift in surface water to get it to the places that you need. And Benin only actually captures about 3% of their potential right now. There was a pretty large study done on this last year by the FAO in collaboration with a whole bunch of groups. Now, I will say, as part of our difficult, wicked problems here, how do we really know the hydrology in this area? Okay, so it's not like it's all mapped out. And so when we think about smallholder irrigation, what are we talking about? And this is the part I think that my postdoc Jen has educated me in a lot, is it's not you just don't have a system. There's three components to the system that are really important. The first part is access. Do you have a water source and can you get access to it, either pumping it from groundwater or pumping it from surface water?
And that can include property rights too, right?
We can get into that topic for sure. So, you know, is there a way to get that water from that water source to where you want? And then how do you, just once you get it there, if you've got the lift, and it may be a large lift, in our cases, sometimes we're lifting at 30 meters, and sometimes it's over half a mile or something in horizontal transportation. Then how do you distribute it to the fields? And are you going to have efficiency in that distribution? Or are you going to have a lot of evaporation? And then how are you going to use it? So are you going to put it on yams, which is very low value, probably not get very high return on your investment in irrigation? Or are you going to use it for higher value crops where you might get a higher return on your irrigation investment? And so, but all three components are interesting and very, very important. And so if you just have one or the other, it's not going to work. And so we are thinking about it as a system with all three components. And what it means is a lot of different things to a lot of different people. You know, access can be lifting it with a bucket and carrying it to your field and pouring it on your crop. It might be some tomato plants or whatever. It might be a treadle pump. Those are very popular, and those cost about $20 to $100 and have a 1 to 5 year lifetime. You might have a motor pump based on diesel, which would cost $300 to $1,500 and might last for 3 to 8 years. By the way, you have to have the diesel and access to that diesel and money to pay for that diesel. And then a solar pump, which can cost anywhere from $4,500 to over $10,000. It's much more expensive, but might have, we're seeing about a 20-year lifetime, so we put a band around 15 to 20 years on the solar pump. And so it's an investment decision. I mean, who has money to afford this? How are you actually going to operationalize the different forms of access? Bucket is the easiest, obviously, and cheapest. Requires a lot of labor. How do you actually spread the water then to the plants? You can do it with a watering can. You can carry your water from the river with your watering can and water a few plants. There's low-cost forms of drip irrigation, and the cost here is fairly low, 50 to 100 per 1,000 meters squared, but they'll last 1 to 3 years. They're kind of problematic because they get all clogged up with silt, and you're constantly fussing with them. And you know, if you think about it, these people really have pretty hard life, and if they're fussing with equipment that breaks down or just doesn't function, it'll be thrown off on the side. And we're seeing that with treadle pump. We're seeing it all around with everything. And so what's going to have the longevity and make a difference in terms of lifting these people's productivity and incomes? And then use, as I said, you can put it on yams, but that's probably not going to be a very good return. Or you can think about a diversification strategy with more high seasonal crops or high valued crops. And then do you need things like inputs, seeds, fertilizers? How are you going to get that? How are you going to make, it's a whole supply chain that you're going to sort of be developing from the input side to the output side. So it's really very challenging in these locations. So our conceptual model is that depending on your access, if you can have you know, solar powered pumping, you can have both labor savings because you're not, you know, moving water in buckets, and you're not doing the treadle pump. So when you actually talk to people, some people who are very near surface water areas, the treadle pump's not too daunting. But you know, this is like a full-on workout on the elliptical or something for however many hours that you're going to be treadle pumping. You know, this is hard work actually for these people. And so you may have cost savings, but a lot of labor, or you may pay more cost for less labor. And the question is there an opportunity cost to these people's time? And I would say yes, we can have a debate about this, but I think there's a huge opportunity cost to their time. And same with distribution. You can either water it with a can or whatever, or you can have some distributed system like drip irrigation where you are also saving labor and cost. And then on the use, what you're ideally wanting to do is get increased return on that land and increased return on whatever infrastructure investment you've made to irrigate that land. And so, so thinking like an economist here, I know. And ideally what you want to do, or at least in our model conception of all of this, is have increasing investments and returns that will lead to a dynamic where more people want to adopt, where the technology starts to spread, where a marketing system starts to evolve around this and so forth, but where you get a dynamic, because if you don't get a dynamic in terms of these investments and returns, it's not going to go very far. So we have looked at a lot of literature. There's many, many studies on this area in West Africa and in South Asia and in East Africa and so forth. We just name a few studies here, but if you don't have these three components, or at least two of them, you know, if you only have one component, it's going to be abandoned. It's just not going to be, you're going to be able to get the water but not have anything to put it on, or you're going to have the distribution technology but not, you know, you're going to run out of water or whatever. So you really need all three. Alternatively, if you can actually get the system working, you know, you can make a marginal change on this land. But if you don't have that dynamic part, it's probably not going to lead to an escape from this persistent poverty. And then finally, you know, if you get all three, where you get a dynamic of investment and returns, and the community is starting to reinvest, and the institutional side is working. And the institutional side is tricky. It means a lot of things to a lot of people. I'd like to talk about that. Then you can get substantial change. So that's our kind of model that we're using. And as I said, the literature is quite robust in this. A lot of it is in the gray literature. I pointed out the stuff that's not in the gray literature. A lot of it's in the gray literature in French, and luckily, you know, Jen is fluent in French. But and other students have looked at the printed literature in English, and it's a big literature. And the thing with irrigation investments like this is that there's a lot of success stories and there's a lot of failures. And so how are you going to weed through this? Are you going to categorize it all and just say, yes, we want to go into it, or no, we're not? Why isn't more of Africa irrigated? I mean, why is it all rain-fed? And why hasn't this happened earlier? Okay, these are questions you might want to raise. So there's a decade of work through ICRISAT, the Dryland Crop Center, which is in Miami, as I said, but they have worked on these sort of market systems, irrigated garden market systems throughout West Africa, and there's a large number of studies that we've drawn on. So, you know, they've used everything from conventional drip irrigation, improved vegetable seeds, training and management across different kinds of village scales, with user groups, with individuals, all sorts of different ways to look at this, with different water sources, easy access, hard access, different poverty levels, and so forth. So we've been drawing on a very large body of literature to try to make sure we're not copying the same mistakes that have been made in the past, and try to see where this is all heading. So the system is really neat. Jen designed the system. So this is her physics major coming in. It's a solar-powered system. It's directly coupled, so there's no batteries in the system. It directly couples the solar energy to the pump without a battery system. So it's a difficult concept, but what it means is that you can directly pump either out of a groundwater surface water system and get it into a you know, some kind of a storage facility, and you'll see in our pictures they're just simple kind of tanks that we're using, and then from there have a drip irrigation. But these systems, what we're using actually is the higher valued systems here. So, so the materials that are used here are more expensive. They're going to last a lot longer. They function much better, and same with the irrigation, drip irrigation tubing. We're not using the cheap technology. We're using the better technology. And so this is another big question. Can poor people afford this? Are they going to buy into it? What happens with it? Jen actually, you know, this went up to the San Jose Tech Museum award level, and it didn't win it because the person that had designed the treadle pumps was very critical, saying poor people need much cheaper equipment. It's never going to fly. So I'm going to tell you an alternative story here, but we're just starting to think about the scaling up. So we haven't actually scaled up. So, and she's got all these neat, when you go to the field, it's really neat. She's got all sorts of ways where this is locked down, can't be stolen, everything. It's a community project. They're usually in front of health centers, so people are walking in and out. They're not easy to disrupt, or, you know, there's a lot of features that are to the society where they're going to be well preserved as opposed to, you know, abused in any kind of a way. And then we're applying it to women's cooperative groups. So this is not going to an individual. If you're not spending $10,000 for one person, you're spending $10,000 for roughly 35 to 40 families that would be run by women, because women tend to take care of the food for household consumption, and all of this is mostly household consumption, not yet. It's in the market, but it's not in the market in Miami or Nairobi or someplace like that. So this is an interesting question. When it becomes a cash crop, how's that gender dynamic going to change? But there's, you know, 35, and these women's groups are not new. These women's groups, there's a lot of groups that have been in Africa for quite a long time. So it's not as if we're starting a new women's group. Actually, the women's groups tend to be poorer on average because they've kind of banded together to take care of each other. And we find an amazing transformation in terms of how they have worked around this technology to function extremely well in the market. So this is it. You know, this is not glamorous stuff, but there's solar pump, and it's taken out of this source here, which is a surface water source. It's being pumped, I don't know, about a quarter mile horizontally. Now, some of the issues in this one are that there's alligators or crocodiles in that thing. So, you know, you've got to be careful putting it in. But there's actually, women do their laundry around here too, and they've been very reluctant to move where they do their laundry, and so it makes a difference because we don't want all the water being really soapy when it goes in too. So, I mean, you're dealing with kind of nuts and bolts, like community issues as well. And this is Jen, who's the one that's responsible for designing the technology and helping set it up. But, you know, the alternative that we're looking at is they had been in the bucket mode prior to this. And so So we were able to install initially in 2 different villages, and now it's been so successful, the Norwegian government has come in and we're scaling it up to 20 villages in the next couple of years, and the goal is to have it up to 60 villages in the next 5 years, and to evaluate as we go along. So is this working, is it not? So this is not yet where you want to take to Gates and said, this is your solution, because we don't know. You know, we're still evaluating. That's when she came to me to say, let's do the evaluation, and that's been our task together. And these guys are so excited about water, because it's not just that they have it for irrigation. They obviously have it to drink. They can use it for healthcare, and they can, you know, there's a lot of ways they can use the solar if it ends up working as well for electricity and so forth. So we're seeing, you know, how this works. So what we did, we decided to do sort of a match set, more experimental design in this. So it's not empirical that we're waiting for many years. We're actually setting it up as an experimental design. Okay, now the ethical part is you've got treatment villages, and then you have control villages which didn't get the technology, okay? So initially, not everyone gets the technology. That's an ethical issue that you have to decide when you set up an experimental design like this. So this is more in the ester to flow kind of mode of how we're looking at things. But we set up treatment villages in two different villages. There's a women's group in each one, and these women's groups don't represent the entire village, just part of the village. And so they're the ones with access to the technology. And then the control villages, they also have women's groups, but they did not get access to the technology. So our initial phase of the study was four different villages. And as I said, we're now going up to like 20. And so we're looking at within village comparisons, how does what we're actually trying to measure are things like income over time, nutritional impacts over time. Those would be the 2 largest things. Then issues like land tenure. Do they, you know, they were given this land for this. Do they actually get the land tenure rights? What's happening on the institutional side of that? How are the women's groups themselves kind of adapting and forming? Are they sticking together? Are they breaking apart? Do other women want to come in? You know, how are the village dynamics? All of these kind of things. But I'm going to focus specifically on the income and nutrition aspects of that. So we did control comparisons within villages, and then between villages. You know, how do they differ in terms of these outcomes? Surveys are very, very long. I'm happy to share them with you, but they're, you know, many, really long. Benin actually has a really good enumeration group that is trained down in Cotonou, and we have utilized this. The World Bank utilizes them a lot and so forth. So we had a whole enumeration team doing the surveys with us. The enumeration team are college students or college graduates who get trained for about a week on what we're doing, and then they get monitored by their supervisors. Jen said they're pretty hard. Like if they're not working, they're not sitting under the banyan tree, because if they're not working, they're, you know, stiff penalties and so on. But anyway, I mean, we farm this out to the enumeration board, and we're around during the time to just check it out and see how it's going. But these are pretty big surveys, and then we look at the aggregate treatment effects. So I'm just going to give you the survey results quickly so you get a sense of it. But these are really typical pictures. This picture, there are so many kids in these areas. Like, you know, a woman is either have a kid on her back, a pregnant, a small kid, or many of the same. I mean, I guess I was really impressed by the population pressures in these areas. And it's really just an interesting phenomenon. But these women can seem to manage this with their kids and work as a cooperative. Each woman has, in the cooperative of 35 or 40 members, will have one long row that will be hers, and then there'll be like 4 rows that are the cooperatives as a whole, and they'll use the cooperative, you know, the 4 rows to buy further inputs if they want nitrogen or to do maintenance and all that kind of stuff. But they're fundamentally responsible for their one long row, and they make collective decisions on the cooperative, but they can make individual decisions on their own. And so what we found in measuring their income was amazing. I mean, their income so it was a 2-year, we did this for 2 years. And it was the period of 2007, 2008, so this pretty bad years I was just explaining on the global economy side. But these women were making 2 to 3 times the income they had been making. We did a baseline survey first. prior to installing any of the stuff, and they were making 2 to 3 times. And we really thought, from Jen's evaluation of having spent so much time in the communities, that they were underestimating pretty substantially. And I think the thought of that was they don't want the money taken away from them, either probably from their husbands or from anybody else. And so I think they're being pretty cautious. But 2 to 3 times reported was still really good. And the intern...
How do you define return? Is this just cash they get at the end of the day?
Cash they get at the end of the day. So, so when we do the internal rate of return analysis, what we're asking in the study, we're accounting for the capital costs that were initially laid out. They did not have to pay those, so this is not internal rate of return to the individual, it's for the project as a whole. And then they pay all the subsequent cost of either if they need seeds or fertilizers or whatever. And their labor is, they're not accounting for sort of hired labor, it's just their, so it's returns to their management and the technology, I would say. And then we used, yeah, so it's that stream of benefits, and we're going out at about a 20-year time horizon, and we use different discount rates, as you can imagine, and so the range of internal rate of return of 50 to 65%. For starters, this is a phenomenal internal rate of return. This is a return to the investment. I mean, you never see this kind of, I wish I would, soon these hedge funds are going to come down and invest in these things. But it can be the simpler solar array that costs less. It can be the more expensive solar arrays. Those are the difference in qualities that we're capturing here, and we're capturing a difference in discount rates. We're using their market rate of interest essentially on the discount is the one we settled on.
But this is a rate of return on investment as if they had paid for everything?
Yes. Because eventually we want to know what it would be like. If the community paid for this, what would their return be? Yeah. And if a Winrock is doing this or something, Winrock probably knows want to know what their return would be too, as if they were capturing it all, even though some of the income is going to
the logical end of the chain here is some kind of microfinance.
Exactly. So let's go there with this discussion, because this is definitely where we are on the project, actually. So we also had in the survey all these indicators of food consumption, so calorie consumption for the women's groups, the treatment villages all went up in that year. In the control villages, it went down that year. And nutrition and food security all went up relative to the control group. What was interesting here is it went up the most for the women's groups that were in the treatment villages. Obviously, they're the direct beneficiaries. But a lot of the nutrition indicators actually went up for the entire village because they had much more access to immediate produce that they didn't have before, and they actually bought it with their limited income. And in fact, it was really interesting. When I visited the women, we visited the markets all the time, the women would take their products to the market usually once a week at 5 a.m. By 5:15, the entire thing was gone. It was all locally picked up or traders that had come from other towns. So there is a demand for this, at least at this scale. And so then you think, when are you going to saturate the market? What would happen with the marketing side of it? The women's group as an institution turns out to be key. Would this work on the individual level? I don't know that many poor farmers that would spend the money for this technology. You'll usually see it picked up by the more wealthy farmers. But in this case, the women's group was really important in sharing cost, risk, knowledge, including literacy. I mean, a lot of these women are illiterate, had never been to school, and so how are they going to market this stuff? Well, maybe there's 3 that actually are literate, and they're teaching all the others how to do the basics of what they need to add and supply. Balance the basic books and write things down. So there's actually a literacy transfer. I think my highlight of my visit down there was I got down to one of the projects with one of the principal people early, and so he said, well, let's just go over to the school. You can check out the school. And so we went over. It was really fun. It was right after the U.S. election with Obama. And so we went over to the school, and these sort of elementary, junior high kids were all in these classrooms. And I went into one class, and he said, she's from Stanford University, United States, and they're all looking at me. And I said, Obama. And they all went, ah! It was really fun. And we visited, and they came back, and then the guy I was with told the teacher, you know, she's on the Solar Market Garden Project. And he goes, oh, wait. So they've developed a whole curriculum on the Solar Market Garden for their kids in the school. They're all learning about it. And the kids all love this. And there's, you know, I saw it. It's like a whole book on this. And they go visit the farm all the time, because I think what they're seeing is now some promise, like there's something they're really interested in. They want to be the ones that tinker around with that technology, or, you know, and there's an excitement and a pride in these villages that was really very phenomenal. It was really neat.
Did you do any surveying of other things they might have spent their money on? Did they
Yes.
have any extra money left?
Yes, yes. Yeah, good question. So we did actually ask all of that.
Plus, they're linking this right in front of a health clinic.
Yes. Yeah.
They have access to better vaccines.
Yeah, healthcare, education, clothes. Some of them were spending more money on the kind of transportation they need to get to the further markets, either to buy stuff or to sell stuff. And in fact, you know, some of the families are sending their kids to school in a more distant place and so forth. So it's a really interesting phenomenon. We need to track this longer, but we're going to continue the evaluation, and we're going to now scale it up to these other areas. So in fact, one of the things that if I really scale this up, it would be to figure out, and actually MSU is a perfect place to talk to about this, of how do you scale up a survey instrument that goes over time so that you are tracking actually what's really happening over a long period of time. Because I think some of the social gender issues are going to be interesting too, actually. And really this importance of equipment and lifetime products. So my view on this has changed, and this is one thing I want to talk to you about. I mean, I guess my whole philosophy has changed after working on this to say, maybe poor people don't want poor crops and poor technology and just junky stuff. I mean, maybe you do invest more, and maybe there is a way to take this off. Now you got to go to the whole supply chain. I know Brooks is going to get all over me about this. So you can talk about the difficulties, because that is going to be a difficulty. We have a survey going now where we're looking at the marketing side of this. You know, it's pretty local right now. But how this all works out is on the supply chain side is going to be very interesting, I think. The women actually in this community, as I said, have gotten land title to, there's two communities, but this one has gotten land title, and they have formed their own cooperative of credit and sharing costs and so forth. But we're plugging them now into another foundation out of New York that provides this kind of microcredit, but they have to pay into it, you know, but it's providing the service at these local scales. So we're going to try that out at the next phase. So yeah, so that's where we are, and I would love to just have a discussion. I mean, is this just one of those things that's just going to look great and die, or is there some promise to this? And what is the promise? How do we think about scaling up everything from the principles of the whole thing to what's working, what's not? I mean, there's a technology side, there's a social side, there's an institutional side, there's a crop side, there's a market side. You know, all these features. It's pretty complicated because none of this kind of stuff has worked in the past, right? You guys are going to tell me, you know, nothing works in Africa. But I'm absolutely determined that something's going to really work in Africa, you know, at this scale or at this kind of level of I have definitely never been in a poor area in my life. I mean, it was really, really phenomenal to me to be in these kind of environments where, I mean, people were great.
Well, thank you very much. I do intend to be outrageous today. When I was asked to do this, I wasn't quite sure what I was being asked to do, and I decided that under the circumstances, I should probably put forth the most outrageous presentation that I could. So I want to start by telling you what it is that I'm going to talk about, because otherwise you may get lost somewhere along the way. Some of you may get lost regardless. So I'm going to argue that many of the problems we've been talking about, starting this morning, and maybe before that, go back to 15th century artistic innovation. And that what happens here was an amplifying of the detailed features of the world, even as it reduced our direct contacts with the phenomenal world. This has left us with a fractured division of knowledge, and the crises facing us, I want to argue, require reclaiming that phenomenal world and beginning to understand how we collectively create it. Okay. So, what I'm going to start is by talking about the art of seeing. And I'm going to talk about the inventions of two fellows, Alberti and Dürer, who helped us to see in a very different way. I'm then going to talk about how Descartes changed this, expanded on this, led to the Great Schism and its aftermath. And I'm not talking about the one in the Catholic Church, for those of you who are familiar with that one, but rather a schism in the way in which we understand knowledge. How liberalism and neoliberalism wound up getting involved in this. I'll then briefly talk about the crises that currently face us, which I think you all know, how that relate to universities. And then I want to talk about some concepts that might be useful for producing a more sustainable future. And finally, I want to propose the creation of a new meta-discipline. Okay? So this is probably a grossly overambitious talk. Well, I want to start with the medieval division of knowledge. Back in the Middle Ages, knowledge was divided into two parts. The trivium, that is to say, grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and the quadrivium, arithmetic, astronomy, geometry, and music. Now, the thing that strikes us when we look at this is how strange this sounds to us. This is the oddest way of dividing knowledge up for our contemporary modern ears and eyes that one could possibly imagine. And what I want to suggest is it's quite possible that our modern division of knowledge, which I'll get to later, may seem just as strange to people 50 or 100 years from now. So I want to start by talking about Leon Battista Alberti, who in 1435 wrote a book called De Pictura, which was then translated into Latin, the lingua franca of the period, in the 1440s, and he was the first person to theorize the idea of perspective. And in doing so, he completely revolutionized art. Now, I should just note here in passing that he wrote a textbook. De Pictura is a kind of text in which you actually had to sit down and study something that we today would see as simply obvious. His work was spread by Albert Dürer, who wrote this even more compendious text called The Course in the Art of Measurement with Compass and Ruler, and he spread Alberti's ideas all across Northern Europe. So by 1600, Alberti's ideas were commonplace. Now, what was this all about? It was that in order to produce a perspective drawing, you had to divide what you were doing into a series of geometric squares. And what this then allowed one to do was that the artist could paint just what was visible in a single square at one time. It didn't have to make any sense any more than that little dot, if I had just shown you that by itself, would make any sense. You just simply painted what you saw in that square. It also required a fixed gaze. Notice that this gadget that this fellow has, this obelisk, which he uses to make sure that his eye is always in the same place. And I should note just in passing, although I'm not going to develop this theme, that in every one of the pictures I've been able to find, it's almost invariably a male who is behind that fixed gaze and a female who's on the other side of the screen. What they did was to privilege sight over other senses, and they applied mathematics to art in a systematic way. They divided the world into small pieces in order to know it better. They also separated the world from the observer, who sees the world through a window. And they separated, of course, subjects from objects. Now, somewhat later, Descartes comes along. And Descartes, I would argue, building on this tradition, although not in any conscious way, to my knowledge he never cites these folks, says, I think, therefore I am. For Descartes, the world starts in here. It is the observer, the solitary observer who records the world as it passes by. Moreover, and very importantly, he connects algebra to geometry, showing how a squared plus b squared equals c squared is not merely a geometric phenomenon, but is also an algebraic phenomenon. And I'll come back to why that's important. He proposes four rules of method. Avoid prejudice, that is to say, don't walk into a situation assuming you already know the answer. Divide things into as many parts as possible. Begin with the simplest, move to the more complex, and make complete enumerations. Now, the first three of these sound quite reasonable to us today. We've, of course, abandoned the fourth, replacing it by this thing called statistics. But the first three are basically the way in which much of the scholarly work that gets done today gets done. So we are the inheritors of a kind of knowledge that claim to be absolute, that claim to be singular, that claim to be detached, that claim to be expert. No need to involve publics because there's nothing to discuss. And this is exceptionally effective for problem-solving normal science. It's an incredibly effective set of tools. It allows one to go from the grid to the table to the map. Okay? All using the same kind of algebraic and geometric relationships. But then a great schism occurred. And that schism was the division of philosophy, first into natural and political philosophy, but ultimately into the natural sciences and the social sciences. And I want to assert it all starts with Alberti's grid. So let me briefly, and this is obviously got to be done briefly because we don't have 3 hours, or you don't have 3 hours to listen to me. You probably don't want to listen to me for 3 hours. Let me briefly talk about the natural sciences and this fellow Galileo, who probably most of you have heard of. Galileo adds to this collection of things the idea that we have primary qualities, those things which are independent of the observer, things like solidity, extension, and number. And then we have secondary qualities, which are related to the observer, things like color, taste, and sound. Galileo also tells us, and here I quote, "The universe is written in mathematical language, and the letters are triangles, circles, and other geometrical figures." Now, while Galileo is doing this, there's also things going on the social science side of things. And I specifically want to begin by emphasizing what Hobbes, Locke, Rousseau, and others did in inventing the idea of a social contract. Now, it's very important. Once you've come to the conclusion that the world is made up of individuals who are isolates, you have to figure out then how in the world society is possible. And the solution they came up with, starting with Hobbes, is the social contract. That society is a kind of coming together of individuals who agree to live no longer in a state of nature. And what's interesting about this idea is that the state of nature for these folks is simultaneously a kind of origin myth and a real state of things. So these folks are constantly pointing their fingers across the Atlantic and saying, oh, look at those Native Americans. They are living in a state of nature. Oh, but the state of nature, well, that's purely a fiction. And this tension is constantly out there as to what in the world this state of nature might be and how a social contract might be formed. And please don't misunderstand me. Obviously, these folks have very significant differences in the way in which they saw this social contract as coming to be. The next step in this transformation involves the creation of classical liberalism. And here I'll pick on Adam Smith, who believed, perhaps rightly, that people's sociality is at the root of conflict. Smith says people are clearly social animals, Clearly, we are very concerned about what our neighbors think of us. We act in ways that we are expected to act by our neighbors most of the time. But this, in fact, rouses the passions. This creates all sorts of problems. And so what he proposes is that market competition might be a way to make people act as if they were isolates. And Smith, in his classic work, The Wealth of Nations, goes on for several hundred pages complaining about corporations, trade unions, and professional associations. He even goes down so far as to talk about professional associations among, for example, university professors, and suggesting that the idea that they should actually do this is a really bad idea. And he suggests that, in fact, nation-states should discourage this kind of association because this creates all sorts of possibilities for intrigue, for plots, for capturing of markets, and for arousing of the passions. Moreover, for Smith, the market is a space to be carved out as free of state intervention. It's a place where monarchs are to fear to tread. And the argument is if we can just keep the state out of there, everything will be just fine. Now, neoclassical economics, of course, picks this up. It enshrines methodological individualism. It suggests that people are to be treated as autonomous individuals, and it adds this notion that the idea is one of maximizing utility. It's not just that people are autonomous individuals, but they're utility maximizers. I remember many, many years ago taking a course with John Miller, some of you probably know, and he talked about everyone having a personal utility preference surface. And several of us challenged him to show us just exactly in what part of the brain one could find their personal utility preference surface. Well, competition in the market then is seen as the best means to achieve social welfare, where social welfare is usually defined, not always, but usually defined in terms of this technical notion of Pareto optimality, the greatest good for the greatest number, but no one worse off than they were before. Now, I want to emphasize that all of this fits very nicely yet with Alberti's invention back there in the 1400s. And then a very odd thing happens in 1938. Walter Lippmann, well-known American journalist, writes a book called The Good Society. And it's a critique of what's going on in governments around the world, and a proposal for how one might rethink it. And a French logician by the name of Louis Rougier is so taken by Lippmann's book that he says, by gosh, we should have a conference here in Paris, and at that an invitational conference, we will invite a great number of the liberals in the world at that time, classical liberals in the world at that time, to get together. And we're going to spend a week discussing why it is that liberalism isn't working. Now, mind you, this is 1938, right? Nazi Germany is in full swing, fascism in Italy and Spain, the welfare state certainly growing rapidly in the US, in France, in Britain, communism on the march in the Soviet Union. This is a world that's getting increasingly nasty in a variety of ways. And these folks are invited, altogether about 25 or 30 people, and they spend an extremely interesting week together. And what do? Well, they conclude, first of all, that classical liberalism was a failure, that the tyrannies in Germany and Russia and the rapidly growing state in the UK and France and the United States demonstrate the failure. By the way, just a footnote here, the proceedings of this colloquium, there are 2 copies in the United States. This is about as obscure a book as you can get. It took me quite a while to get a copy to read. And they conclude that laissez-faire is inadequate. we can't just simply let the market do its thing. What we need is a new liberalism. And they talked for some time about what to call this. And Rougier finally says, you know, why don't we call it neoliberalism? And everybody says, yeah, that's not a bad idea. Let's do that. So the idea here then was that the state would be at the service of the market. And that the result, according to them, would be greater individual liberty. Well, obviously the war intervened, and what Rougier had as a project never came to pass because all of those people who attended that conference were scattered around the world, and Rougier himself wound up at Columbia, where for some bizarre reason he decided he wanted to make some kind of peace with the Pétain government in France, which basically made him persona non grata to virtually everyone in France as well as in the United States for quite a while. I have no idea why he did that. But after the war, Hayek, one of the people who participated in that original meeting, and Milton Friedman, among others, got involved in the creation of this thing called the Mont Pelerin Society. You can look it up on the web if you want to see its current form. And they met in this Swiss village. In this case, it was clearly a case where Mohammed had to go to the mountain. They concluded that all knowledge was partial, that planning was impossible, state planning, and that markets were kind of spontaneous order, to use Hayek's term, that permit coordination with imperfect information. Hence, for Hayek, for Friedman, and others in this group, markets maximize individual freedom. And actual markets are approximations to the mathematical models of the market. A very, very interesting point, which comes out of von Mises' work. Von Mises was Hayek's mentor, who argued that you shouldn't worry about empirical data, worry only about whether the math fits. If the math fits, then it's a matter of getting reality to agree with the math. And I'll come back to that because that's not a trivial point. Now, I want to emphasize here that even while I'm obviously a critic of these folks, I think they made some extremely important points that at the time were completely ignored. One was this notion of the partiality of knowledge, which is now today common sense. Most of us accept that, but it wasn't in the early 1940s. It was actually quite a radical shift. And the other is that this creates enormous problems for any kind of planning, to be agreed. So classical liberalism for these folks was to be turned upside down, as the state was to be turned into a promoter of markets. Competition was enthroned as an undiluted good to be applied to all institutions. Those of us, for example, in universities have very quickly discovered over the last 25 or 30 years that our departments, our universities, our faculty members, our students are all to be ranked in a grand global competition. The most recent version of this was the recently released National Academy of Sciences report, which is truly one of the most fascinating documents to be produced in a long time. Data from 2006, finally released 4 years after the fact in 2010, so the data is already 4 years out of date, about people who have already left the university and with methodological problems of absolutely astronomical proportions, but nevertheless enough to keep a small army of administrators busy trying to decipher it. It reminds me sort of fortune tellers trying to decipher a Ouija board. So this has left us, this whole string of things, from Alberti to the present, has left us with this rather odd division of knowledge. I would say odd, although many people would find themselves very comfortable here. Okay? Basically, what we have is we have affective knowledge off here in the corner. That is, anything having to do with one's emotion is this sort of undifferentiated, we can't make sense out of that, push that off to the side. Divided, so we have the first division is between affective and rational. We have a second division of knowledge that divides nature and culture, natural knowledge and cultural knowledge. Those are supposed to have nothing much to do with each other. We have a third division that says, well, this stuff is basic knowledge, this stuff is applied knowledge, and what we're going to do is we're going to keep those as much as possible separated. And then we have a really curious distinction between sociology, that's the study of us, and anthropology, which is the study of them. And my apologies to any anthropologists in the audience. I didn't invent this. But the point is, of course, that if you think about it, there's absolutely no logical reason why we should have separate disciplines for the study of us and them. And by the way, I should note, sociologists traditionally have been quite quantitative in their study of urban people, and anthropologists quite qualitative in their study of rural people, right? Because anthropologists were supposedly interested in these small societies. The word used to be primitive. That's considered a bit passé today. But small societies, and sociologists were concerned about us urbane, sophisticated types. And then you have a few things that sort of didn't quite fit. Environmental science and education, which are relatively recent additions, and we could probably add a few others if you'd like to embellish this division of knowledge. Well, this leaves a whole series of unanswered questions. First of all, why in the world do we separate the affective from the rational if we care about the world? Most of us care about the world. And that, of course, includes people in technical fields. People I know who do things like nuclear physics or molecular biology really care about those things. In fact, they get into raging debates with each other about those things. Well, why do that if you didn't care about it? Why divide the social from the natural if all fields of knowledge have to interpret the world? We do the interpreting. The world doesn't interpret itself. And why have a separate field of the study of us and another for the study of them? Well, of course, over the last decade or two, things have started to fall apart. And some of you will note that I borrowed that from somebody a long time ago. And so I'll go through this very, very quickly. A whole series of crises. You know all of these, and so I'm not going to spend any time on them. But we know that 1/4 of the world's population is undernourished. We know there's not enough non-renewable fossil energy to go around, maintain productivity in the way we currently do it. We know that we're going to run out of phosphate fairly soon, and that the use efficiency of phosphate is appallingly low. In fact, it's low enough that phosphate is a pollutant in many places. We know that obesity is a growing problem on a global scale, despite even in poor nations, despite food shortages. We have all kinds of agro-environmental problems, from nitrate runoff to soil erosion, depletion, to reduced biodiversity, greenhouse gas emissions, and so on and so forth. There's a growing literature on climate change and how, as you heard in the last presentation, how this is likely to shift both the conditions and the locations of production. The terms of trade to poor nations continue to decline. The financial system remains incredibly unstable despite some attempts to shore it up. And the most serious attempts to shore it up were pushed back by the banks pretty successfully. So we're not in the best of circumstances. And of course, universities have not been immune to all of this. Public universities, of course, have seen major declines in funding. And while I think there are a few administrators out there who are still waiting the halcyon days that are going to appear magically on the scene, I think this is a huge mistake. The arts and humanities are under attack. You may have heard recently that SUNY Albany is talking about shutting down its Romance language department, which I find truly astounding in a large institution like that. There are ever more demands for accountability, for research. I was at a meeting just this past summer in Sweden. We were talking about a journal that I've been involved with peripherally, and the fact is the journal has not been getting enough high-quality submissions, and one person in the audience raised his hand. He said, "It doesn't make any difference what you do. I will never submit an article to that journal." And I said, "Well, why not?" And he says, "Because it's not listed in the Science Citation Index, so therefore I can't get credit when I get promoted. It won't count to write a journal article for that journal. Because only articles that are published and listed in the Science Citation Index are to be counted. Citation counts, I was at another university, I won't name which one, on a review panel, where the administration had come up with the wacky conclusion that the solution to the university's problems was a matter of increasing the citation counts, reducing the number of books published or publications that were in non-English languages, and focusing everything on publishing articles in English language journals so as to boost their citation counts. And I said, we on the review committee said, this is a recipe for producing a third-rate institution. The faculty cheered and the administration was appalled at what we had to say. Much more in, of course, lots of talk about increased concerns about how much money have you brought in. As some of you may know, I have spent a lot of time telling people that I think it's a really bad idea to rate people based on how much money they brought in. And I think I brought in enough that I can get away with doing that, whereas some others might not. Teaching, incessant discussion about student evaluations, discussion, and there's some fascinating contradictions here, right? We're supposed to reduce the number of dropouts, but at the same time, we're supposed to have rising evaluations all the time. Well, you can do that. The problem, of course, is you're probably also going to really dilute the quality of your education. And then a whole series of impact measures having to do with outreach that are of, shall we say, dubious quality. The bottom line on this, I think, and there is a bottom line, is that university education and research is being redefined as an individual benefit instead of as a public good. I would argue to the detriment of all of us. Most recent example, which just was put on my desk a couple of days ago and I thought I'd bring it along, some of you may have heard, some clever administrator at Texas A&M decided to rank all of the individual faculty members on campus in a cost-benefit analysis. They calculated how much money each person brought in through grants, through tuition, various other kinds of things, and then what that person's salary was and their lab costs and any other costs they might have. And they ranked every single person on the A&M campus based on the costs and benefits. Needless to say, the faculty haven't been terribly happy about this. And it's not exactly clear what you do about this once you know it. There are some surprises, by the way. History ranks really well. The history department, of course, has lots of students, doesn't cost much to teach history. Most historians I know don't need a wet lab, for example. Okay, you get the idea. So the implications of all of this. First of all, no single metric is going to capture these crises. No simple solutions. These are impossible to optimize, impossible to solve, and the metrics are often incommensurable. Excuse me. So if you wish, and we both took independently, the same, excuse me, they're wicked problems. They require both normative and positive knowledge to solve them, and they require us learning to live with complexity and uncertainty in ways that we maybe haven't been able to do in the past. So if you wish, what I want to suggest is that what we're seeing here is a kind of implosion of a whole set of antinomies. And I list some of them here: nature, culture, individual, society, subject, object, arts, sciences, participant, and observer. All of these things are imploding in on each other and leaving us with a very, very difficult to understand situation. But it turns out that there are actually many, many ways of knowing. And I list a few of them here. On the left, sort of, shall we say, loosely disciplinary ways of knowing. On the right, sort of different ways that someone might wish to know. I don't by any chance argue, I would not want to argue that this is a complete list or that there are no overlaps in the list. I leave that to you to decide. But I think the key here is that no one way of knowing is appropriate in all situations. But we have tended to focus on a very, very narrow range of ways of knowing, on the assumption, following Alberti, that this is the only way that we can know. And I'll give you an example. Take that of molecular biology. In order to do molecular biology today, we need a theoretical frame, if you wish, the central dogma of DNA. We need a whole pile of equipment, chromatographs, spectrometers, gene guns, not to mention glassware and gas and sinks and oxygen and all the various other kinds of materials you need to have such a lab. You probably need some links to venture capital firms if you want to actually get anywhere with the stuff. You have to have some new intellectual property rights if you're going to claim any of that. And of course that means that you have to have instrument companies that make all this stuff. You have to have journals that will publish the materials, and that means journal editors and peer reviewers and all the rest of that. You obviously have to have trained biologists, and you even have to have some artists who can draw pretty pictures of what DNA might look like. Okay? So the idea that to do molecular biology is to coop yourself up in a lab, shut the door, and somehow be protected from all the rest of the world is a fiction. It might be a convenient fiction, but it's a fiction. Even a field that's as sophisticated, as technically complex as molecular biology requires all sorts of social ties to various other kinds of persons and institutions, and it requires a continuous flow of things in and out of the lab. So how might one put a dialogue together? It seems to me that science is fundamentally about imagining and building alternative societal futures. John Dewey once suggested that publics arise when issues exist. It's not a matter of some undifferentiated public out there. It's that when an issue arises, a public is formed. And of course, what that means is that someone's desired future might be someone else's undesired future. That's what creates a concern. If everybody agrees, we don't need a public. It just sort of floats out there, seemingly effortlessly diffusing across the landscape. It's when there's an objection that publics arise. Moreover, it's important to remember that experiments are only complete when technologies are widely used. We have been operating for the last 300 years under the mistaken notion that experiments take place in laboratories. Anybody who's had a recalled automobile knows that experiments take place not just in laboratories, but take place throughout the life course of those products. And in fact, the people who seem to be most aware of this, interestingly enough, are people in the computer science area. There's some wonderful articles written on the impossibility of producing a secure computer program. Because it turns out that you can only have a secure program to the extent that you can limit the environment within which that program operates in some very fixed way. The moment that you connect computers together so that programs that previously didn't interact with each other, more experimentation goes on. And the possibility of programs breaking down or not giving the results they're expected to give increases markedly. And this is something I think needs to be understood across fields of scholarship. I would also suggest that we probably need to do something which I've called the humility principle. That is to say, the moment that we get rid of the idea that science can claim absolute authority, we undermine credibility by doing so. And we've now managed to drop the first without dropping the second. Much of what is contemporary science is absolutely wrong. The problem is we don't know which part. Now, if you don't believe me, here's what I suggest you do. Pick up a 10 or 20-year-old textbook in any field and read through it, a field obviously that you know about, read through it, and you will discover it is replete with errors. It will proudly state that x equals y, despite the fact that we now know that x equals z, or maybe it equals y plus 2. But the point is that in any given field, much of what we think we know is wrong. Moreover, any given science can at best only contribute to improving situations, even as it might solve individual problems. And finally, what that means is that improvement is a moving target. And I tried to get that to stop, and it refuses. It just bounces around. Anyway, okay. So, what are the implications? Different issues create different publics, and involving publics means taking publics' concerns seriously. It also means confronting power differentials. It's all too easy for us to say, you know, we are the academics, we are the experts, we know precisely what you need to do, and if you would just simply follow the directions, everything would be fine. Well, it turns out it doesn't always work that way. This means democratizing the directions of research, developing means to foresee conflict, something which we really haven't spent too much time thinking about, and it also means building compromises without being compromised, a very important and difficult point to make. But I would suggest that the failure to engage publics, if nothing else, will lead to the further erosion of scientific authority. So I want to conclude then in the next couple of minutes with some concepts for a sustainable future. The received view of cognition is that cognition is what goes on in here, or if you wish, in here. Some people would argue it doesn't go on in here, my crime. Anyway, but rather that cognition is something which is in fact distributed. Cognition goes on out here. Now, if you don't believe me on this, let me suggest the following. Think of the small but rather appalling literature on feral children. Children that are raised without benefit of interaction with other human beings, it turns out, don't grow up to be human beings. They grow up to be some very strange creatures that often don't even know how to stand. Okay? It's the socialization process as children that allows us to say that we understand anything. Most obviously, speaking a language requires that you interact with others. And I don't know about the rest of you, but I know that an awful lot of my thoughts are in linguistic form. And I didn't choose that language, by the way. You know, as a child, I didn't say, you know, I really like English. I think that'd be a good language to grow up learning. No, it was chosen for me by others. So cognition is distributed. Second point, co-production. The received view is that for any given situation we find ourselves in, there's a part of that situation that comes from the natural world and a part of that situation that comes from the social world or the cultural world. And the two parts somehow create the situation. Okay? So the argument well, you know, clearly the tables and chairs and the carpet, these things are productions of the cultural world, and the natural world, well, the air that's in the room here and things like that. But another way of thinking about this, which I think is quite useful, is that nature and culture are outcomes of situations. What we decide we want to call nature, what we decide we want to call culture, are the result of disputes, of debates, of discussions, of deliberations. And that while each of us, of course, is socialized into a world in which these distinctions already exist, we're constantly tinkering with these at the edges. We're constantly saying, well, you know, actually, that table is a physical object. It's made out of metal and wood and various other kinds of things. It's just physical objects. Well, and somebody else saying, no, the fact that it's round as opposed to square has enormous cultural implications. You can also see this co-production in terms of how we decide what constitutes individuals and what constitutes communities. I would argue at the extremes, we have the kind of isolated individuals in this Seurat painting Sunday on the Ile de Jatte, in which no one talks to each other. They've been individualized to such an extent as to be completely outside of the realm of communication. And conversely, at the other extreme, we have the kind of mass movement that you see in the streets of North Korea, in which you have a kind of fabricated community in which everybody is supposed to march precisely the same way as everybody else. And somewhere in between are all the other possibilities that one might have. But the point is that how individual we are, how social we are, these are things that are fundamentally the outcome of processes rather than the inputs into processes. And finally, I want to talk about performativity. And this, I think, is the most useful concept, one that you might want to think about. There are at least five different places where this notion comes into play. Shakespeare, of course, said all the world's a stage, and the people merely players. So Shakespeare uses the metaphor, but he doesn't use it literally. He says, well, they're merely players. It's as if that was the case. But what if, in fact, we're all players all the time? The philosopher Austin suggested that speech acts are things that are performed. When you have a wedding, and the bride or the groom says, I do, they perform the relationship by their utterances. And we perform all kinds of relationships by utterances all the time. It's a very common way in which we interact with each other. Right? So many, many things that we do are a matter of the utterances that we make. If you don't believe me, just go on a crowded bus and yell some nasty curse word to a few of the passengers. And I should say someone who's small on a crowded bus to do that. Okay. Second, Butler in her articles talks about gender as a performance. She harkens back to Simone de Beauvoir's notion that women aren't born, women are made, women are produced by society, and she says gender is a performance. You learn to be gendered. You learn that if you're male, you're supposed to have certain kinds of gestures, and if you're female, other kinds of gestures. That if you're male, you're supposed to wear certain kinds of clothes, and female, you're supposed to wear other kinds of clothes. And, as she points out, there are sanctions. There are severe sanctions for not doing. So if right now, in the middle of this talk, I were to run over and madly kiss John Stone on the mouth, many of you would be absolutely horrified, not least John. Okay? But the point is that there are certain kinds of cues, sometimes subtle and sometimes really quite nasty, that are given that gender is to be performed in some ways and not others. Huizinga, the Dutch historian, talks about culture as play. And he says, look, he says, you know, you watch kids playing, and kids play, and they play, you know, they even play the role of animals, right? And of course, it's just play. He says, but wait a minute. An awful lot of what goes on in culture is play. The military have their war games. War is carried on in theaters. These are not just accidental metaphors. These are real metaphors. These are metaphors that are used in everyday life. When a group of directors at a company get together and have a strategy session, what are they doing? They are saying, this is the way we're going to perform the operations of this company over the next 6 months, 2 years, 10 years, whatever. And finally, Michel Calon, the French sociologist, talks about economics as a performative science. He says there's a very peculiar thing about economics. On the one hand, economics is about describing the way the world is put together, but economics is also a set of prescriptions. It's a set of prescriptions that say, if you organize the world in this particular way, these kinds of outcomes will occur. And if you organize it in this other way, a different set of outcomes will occur. So Cologne argues economics is performative in that sense. Now, what I want to suggest here is that much of what we do, much of what we know, much of what we believe is the result of performances. Individuals' performances, but also the performances of all kinds of institutions, the performances of things. For example, in giving this presentation, I had to assume that the electricity was going to stay on and perform the role that it was supposed to perform, and that the people who are running the electrical plant wouldn't decide to walk off the job and shut it down while I was doing that. So performances, if you wish, are simultaneously constructed and real. They're constructed in the sense that this table is constructed, or the building we're in is constructed, and they're just as real as the building or the table. And that allows us to pose a new set of questions. What kinds of performances do we want to have? What kind of audience? Who's the audience for these performances? What kind of props are necessary for that particular kind of performance? What kind of backdrop should we have? What alternative ways might there be to do the performing? So to conclude, I want to suggest that we maybe need a new kind of meta-discipline, and I use that term simply because I can't think of another term to stick in there. And I call it, again, for lack of better terms, infrastructural studies. And that is, I think we need a kind of transdisciplinary, interdisciplinary, pluridisciplinary discipline that grapples with those things that are taken for granted, but that make society possible. And this includes things like laws, standards, regulations. For example, I don't imagine a single one of you, when you came in the room today, checked your chair out to make sure that when you sat on it didn't collapse. Did anybody do that before they sat down? One person. Jeff, I expected you to do that. No, the point, of course, is that all these chairs are manufactured to a standard. They're of standard height. They're not particularly high, they're not particularly low, although, of course, if you're very short, they might be uncomfortable, and if you're very tall, they might be uncomfortable. But we know what to expect because of those standards. Design. Various kinds of things are designed in particular ways. We see design as if it was almost a kind of add-on. But in fact, design is extremely important. I noticed during the break that not a single person tried to go out through the wall. Nor did anyone try to go out through the window. Because of the design that was built into the building that forced you to behave in certain ways. So if you want a lot of freedom, get your sledgehammer out. Categories. The categories that we use to define experience are not mere tools. They also define that experience. So another angle that this meta-discipline might talk about. The equipment that makes actions possible is very, very important. You've probably all heard Stephen Hawking's. But of course, you wouldn't hear Stephen Hawking's were it not for a lot of technology that makes Stephen Hawking's hearable. Okay? He needs that equipment in ways that I don't. Although I must say that this piece of equipment doesn't hurt. And finally, this meta-discipline might include self-formation. That is to say, how we make, collectively, how we make ourselves. Because I want to suggest that the self is not something which is given. The self is an outcome of a very complex and poorly understood set of processes. But it's clearly an outcome. And moreover, the self that I display to this audience is not the one that I display to my wife, which is not the one that I display to my children. And part of knowing is knowing which self to display under which circumstances. So what I'm trying to say here is we need to get, if we're going to deal with these wicked problems, we need to start thinking about the infrastructure that limits as well as produces opportunities for thinking about and acting in different ways. And with that, I will stop. Thank you.
It is a real pleasure to be here. Those of us who've had a part in designing this particular academy have been very excited about it coming and arriving, and that you will all be here. We hope to build a lot of time in for discourse and conversation. We're already running a few minutes late, which is understandable, so I'm going to get right to my talk. I was asked to basically think about bringing us all up to the definitions we've been using as a planning group, and how we define sustainability, how we've been thinking about wicked problems, and just a little teaser about what it might mean for the knowledge institutions and partnerships and collaboration. So I'm going to briefly say what we've been talking about is sustainability, what matters if you talk about it as a tame problem versus a wicked problem, and then just a quick comment about implications for science and getting incentives right. I'm not going to say much about that because that's really the focus of the whole day. And again, it's hard to talk about this in the abstract, so I will refer to that which I know, which is agriculture. Those of you who are in this area know that there are as many definitions of agricultural sustainability as you can possibly want. At one time, Paul Thompson was keeping count, was over 500, but that was like a decade ago, so I assume we're over 1,000 by now. It's one of those things like freedom and beauty that maybe is best left not defined real tightly. We worked for some time in the executive committee to come to a common agreement on sustainability. And we began to talk about it as not as an endpoint, not as a destination, but as a journey, as a trajectory. You can get on a more or less sustainable trajectory. Out in the area where the Continental Breakfast was set up, and also I think that bar is going to set up if you suddenly have a coffee attack. It'll still be out there, hopefully. We're running a little video that we produced with the help of folks on campus to say this is what we think sustainability is as a journey. And the other important thing is that when we think about sustainability that way, it incorporates shoulds and ought to. In agriculture's case, what ought to be the future of agriculture? What should be the values incorporated in agriculture? It's about values. I just pulled this from a website, Nestle's website of the Sustainability Agricultural Initiative, the SAI platform. They look at sustainability in a way that was frequently talked about, the 3 Ps, people, planet, prosperity, or profit, talking about trying to balance those things as they pursue the production of food and fiber in a business context. I just finished being on a committee of the National Academy of Science, and we produced this opus of 575 pages on sustainable agriculture for the 21st century. And we actually pulled these definitions out of, believe it or not, the Farm Bill, but we tweaked them a little bit. And we started talking about, well, what if it's about values, then what are the objectives that you're trying to pursue with agricultural sustainability? And because we didn't have time to have the collaborative consensus working that you'd have to do that, we simply took them from the Farm Bill and said we thought that the goals and objectives of sustainability were something about satisfying food, feed, and fiber and fuel needs, enhancing environmental quality and resource base, and we added animal welfare and health into that, sustaining economic viability, but we made sure we were considering farm labor and communities, and enhancing the quality of life and social well-being. And again, we were talking about balancing, trying to see how we could find agricultural systems that had more win-wins, where you were doing a better job of balancing, and less win-loses, where you had more serious trade-offs, trying to look at the systems that might get you closer to that intersection of the Venn diagram. And actually in the Academy report, we put it down into criteria, some of which we were asking whether the ag systems we were looking at were productive, minimized waste, that was the definition we used for efficient, were resilient and adaptive, that is they were robust, and they took advantage of synergies. So we were looking for systems where you had environmental outcomes that were positive, labor outcomes that were positive, productive outcomes that were positive. Again, the win-wins. So with that as background, let me just frame sustainability first as a tame problem, and then as a wicked problem. Tame problems, and apologies to those who people know this better and deeper than I, but we have to start somewhere. Clear problem definition, clear solutions. Problem is very stable, doesn't tend to morph over time. You know whether you've solved the problem or not, so the outcome is relatively definitive. And because there tends to be widely shared values about the desirability of potential outcomes, in many cases, society is reasonably content to let the academy and experts determine what are both causes and solution. And the academy and experts are aided by the fact that either there's very little uncertainty about causes and effect, or it's really clear how you might begin to resolve the uncertainty about causes and effect. And if you take two of those dimensions, which tend to divide tame from wicked problems, one is, does society have a fair amount of agreement on the desirability of outcomes and choices, and that would be the x-axis. And is there uncertainty about causes and effects, and that would be the y-axis. And the more you get over there in the southwest corner, the tamer the problem. And I just label that as a potential example of productivity improvements. And historically, we've tended, particularly in the areas I'm familiar with, to frame even sustainability in this more tame type of framing. Through much of my program as environmental economists, we tend to talk about agricultural sustainability as having enough food at the right price over long periods of time. And if you did that, then you were sustainable. And we called it, actually Paul labeled it resource sufficiency. In environmental economics, we call it weak sustainability. And the reason it's called weak is as long as you can keep your quantity of food at the right price over long time horizons, lots of substitutions are possible. So if you run down your natural, say, soil fertility, and you're able to substitute with man-made fertilizers, you're still sustainable as long as you keep your yields up. So it's basically about having enough. And we've been pretty successful at that in the developed world to the point of surpluses. So we take these problems, and we still do a lot of this, and it's still appropriate that we do quite a bit of this. The problem parts, though, can be divided in isolation. We can place it in different departments. Engineering gets some, crop and soil science gets some, the agricultural economists get some. And we can use the normal methods of our discipline to do our work, but those parts will integrate back together with some sort of overall solution. We tend not to debate what ought to be when we do this. We don't ask, is it appropriate? Should we be substituting fertilizer for natural fertilities? We tend, and this is hard talk because these are all tendencies, we tend not to engage stakeholders very often in that kind of research. And we tend to say, well, we've got to do the problem, make it simple. We really can't look at all the goals and trade-offs with other sustainability goals. Well, those of you in this room know that that view has definitely been challenged for some time now. First, by ecological challenges as we began to understand ecological systems and functional stability. Again, Paul Thompson's word, functional integrity, the ability of the human-dominated systems to regenerate, is one of the goals that we're asking out of agricultural systems right now. Environmental economics, we tend to call this strong sustainability, meaning that we don't allow a lot of substitutions for natural capital and still call it sustainable. And basically, it's about pursuing those other sustainability goals. And the more you pursue those other sustainability goals as well as productivity, the more wicked you become. And when I say wicked, I don't mean evil, despite my little figure here. And I don't mean it like your students go, Jim TG, you wicked smart phone you got there. And they mean that's really a great phone and they wish they could afford one. What we mean is a problem that's really difficult to resolve. This is not my terms, it's not SMEP terms, it's in the literature. So it's not actually a perfect term, which Richard Bodden always reminds me, but it is the term that people are using. So when we talk about sustainability science, we're talking about it tackling wicked problems, the problems that are thrust upon policymakers and scientists. They don't easily get translated into a single normal disciplinary science, and they require restructuring human relationships with natural systems. Things have to change to become more sustainable in most cases. That means people have to change their choices in how they manage the environment and relationships with other humans. So we're not just about food production anymore. We're about all those daunting, wicked challenges. This is a list that's almost identical, Ross, to FAO's. I didn't take it from FAO's. But it's the daunting challenges that I think Roz is going to be talking a little bit about. You can't talk about all of them in the time we gave her. But we're not just talking about production, we're talking about food security. So we're also talking about the distribution, making sure that the growing world populations are food secure. We're talking about degradation of the environment, ecosystem functioning, and natural resources. And we include in that a discussion of protection of existing biodiversity and preventing loss of biodiversity, not just flora and fauna, but also crop genetics. The daunting wicked challenges also include the problem of inadequate institutions for management of problems, because wicked problems tend to not be solved, they tend to be managed. So you need institutions that can manage those. That be policies or programs, or it might be cultural institutions, the empowerment of women, for example. Animal welfare, labor conditions, community welfare, and nutrition are all daunting, interconnected problems. And when you think about those as a whole, it's not surprising that many authors conclude something like this, that the sustainability challenges we face are an order of magnitude and scale that are far beyond the challenges we have faced before. In my little schematic then, I put wicked problems in this definition of sustainability way up in the northeast corner. You can tell I'm a little spatially challenged because I got to stop and think about that. Let's just real quick look at those two axes, the value axes and the uncertainty axes. When you have multiple goals, you're going to have limited agreement on what is desirable. Just think animal welfare. People don't agree on what is animal welfare and how to take care of animals and what we should be doing in animal production. The little cartoon there shows organic carrots going down a highway, and somebody's saying, just how many more miles is it? A suggestion of some of the trade-offs with some people might want local food, but others want organic food, and there's some built-in value conflicts. Again, borrowing from Paul Thompson, he talks about two different philosophies that you can use to contrast how people relate to agricultural sustainability. One he calls the industrial philosophy of agriculture. And this is a quote out of Paul's work. Although there are concerns about fairness to labor, vitality of communities, animal welfare, and negative impacts on the environment, these issues in the industrial philosophy can be or should be addressed without overhauling the industrial structure of agriculture. So that view of agriculture tends to, there are folks that hold the industrial philosophy that might frame sustainability as a business issue of accounting to private actors and asking, is it worth it? And then Paul contrasts that with the agrarian view. In Europe, you might call it the multifunctional view, where farming shouldn't be conducted. Now, notice the word should here. Should. What's the future? What should agriculture be about? Should not be conducted in such a way as to significantly harm ecological functioning, and there are other things such as labor, fair labor practices, etc. Indeed, farming should restore ecosystems by recognizing the complex ecological relationships between plants, soil, and livestock. Somebody holding this view might view sustainability as a public trust issue and a moral issue. So with value conflicts, and wicked problems, there's no clear problem definition because of all these different values that are percolating around these different objectives. There's no even clear discussion of what objectives we're going to weight heavier than others. And many wicked problems, at least as you begin to grapple with them. As I mentioned before, the problem's never solved. It tends to morph over time. when I started my career, environmental issues in agriculture was all about soil erosion, and now it is so much more, morphing, moving over time. And you don't have solutions, you just have better or worse potential outcomes. You manage problems. Because of that, experts aren't really allowed by society, if it's an important issue, to dictate desired outcomes. We find that goals are not determined analytically by disciplines or in the academy, they're negotiated. So let's think about the uncertainty real quickly, because that was the values. On uncertainty, we find that these are the problems that are highly resistant to using traditional methods. We have a lot of uncertainty about cause and effects because those daunting challenges and the systems are complex and interconnected. Just a quick example, this is something I borrowed out of a biofuels discussion. If all you care about are biofuels and comparing their greenhouse gas emissions with fossil fuel, you have kind of a tame problem, or at least it's fairly tame. And you can be just doing the green side of this diagram. But if you start thinking a little bit more about some of those other potential goals, like food versus fuel, like land deforestation, like whether there is such a thing as marginal lands, like the impact on agricultural prices and users of agriculture prices and inputs, it gets to be more and more wicked. And then if you do the same analysis with fossil fuels, it gets really, really wicked and complex. And as a result, you can't divide it easily into disciplinary boxes. So let me finish with just two thoughts that hopefully set up the rest of the conference, Pat. Where are we now with agriculture science? We've expanded a lot of attention to environmental impacts, though much of the work still is focused on fairly tame framing of problems. There's now a growing interest, and let me add growing credibility to doing the work to look at alternative systems and practices. You no longer get fired if you want to do that. Growing interest in landscape scale. But as the Academy points out in their report, there's just a lot of research challenges left about systems, landscape scale, linkage between components, synergies and trade-offs, factors that constrain or drive sustainability, issues like community labor and animal welfare that have tended to be neglected, and institutional design for management. I'm going to skip that slide in the interest of time. This research is important because of the daunting challenges. It's not that tame research is to be stopped and wicked research is to be started. It's that if we really want to make a contribution to the complex problems like climate change impacts on food security in the globe in such a way to not decimate the environmental systems and biodiversity, we have to be able to better engage the wicked problems. The Academy report talked about two paths to sustainability, an incremental and a transformative one. And the incremental one was an expansion of ongoing disciplinary research looking at improving sustainability performance on existing farms through development of more sustainable specific practices. An example might be development of better non-chemical weed control methods or genetics. Impact of production practices on food attributes. And the committee contrasted that with more transformative, where bringing together multiple disciplines to address the key sustainability goals simultaneously by applying a systems approach to assessing and designing farm production systems and agricultural landscapes suited to different regions. And the example that I pulled out of that report is development and assessment of integrated policies and legal frameworks for improved incentives for sustainable agriculture. The Academy didn't say this, I'm saying this. I would say incremental is more tame, and transformative is certainly more grappling with the wicked and the daunting challenges. But the Academy did say that if we're going to make progress on the daunting challenges, we got to do more of that transformative work. The Academy has to do more transformative approaches. And the Academy did argue that I got two academies, don't I? The National Academy of Science did argue that knowledge institutions need to get better at this transformative work. And the second bullet is mine. I'm seeing more and more examples of where researchers take a wicked problem and attempt to respond to it as if it's tame, and they're either going to have a really poor analysis or a wrong analysis or an incomplete analysis, but it'll also be not well received in the world of policy. It will not be well received by those whose practices need to change. And my specialty is policy. I can tell you, if you try and take a tame solution into a wicked situation and say, I've got the answer as an agriculture economist, you can either be just shown politely to the door, or you'll create political gridlock if it's an important issue. So we have to move from the tame problems, which we're really good at. We don't have to abandon them, but we have to take some resources and do more with wicked problems. Move from problem solution application to consensus goal setting, joint knowledge creation, and reflective learning. That suggests that the role that we need to think more about is not providing the answer, the solution, but helping to inform societal choices. We need to identify alternative trajectories, issues, and consequences, or what Pelkey refers to as the honest broker roles. We can help with the what is, what could be, the if-thens, but our job is not to narrow the range of choice to the solution, but to expand the range of choices available to society on issues they want to manage. That requires engagement. Engagement is more than just popping an extension person on a grant and going there, I'm engaged. It's a lot of work. Those of you who do it know it's art as well as a science. You need to use science in engagement and start working with engaged transdisciplinary science approaches, which we're going to be talking somewhat about today. And also SMEP has a seminar on that topic on November 4th, which you'll all get ads for. And we have to experiment and get lessons from. And Chris Peterson's going to bring us lessons from the Netherlands. They did 30 experiments. And Chris has spent a lot of time looking at the lessons learned. So you have to engage those whose behavior has to change and those affected by management decisions. And then also more transdisciplinary science and system studies that integrate components, do more holistic analysis, look at emerging system properties, look across scales from field to farm to landscape to region, and engage stakeholders widely defined. We have to cross disciplinary bounds. We have to integrate academic and non-academic contributions in order to co-create knowledge with those we are collaborating with, and co-create theory among science and society. This requires something that at least my discipline tends to not do as well as I would like it to do, which is to respect and understand others' values and methods and paradigms. So if you find yourself saying, nothing's going to come of that group because such and such a discipline just walked in the room, you're not going to have a very good collaboration with that particular discipline. It's time-consuming, it's context-specific, it's uniquely grounded in space and time, and there's no single path, and we have to get the incentives right to do that. So that's my teaser with some definitions.